హలో 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 తీసేయమంటావా? హలో. ఓకే. వచ్చింది వచ్చింది. హలో. హలో హలో హలో.
A very good morning, everyone. We will be starting in another 2 minutes when just the screen is getting switched on. अभी आप हिलाना मत, हो गया है, don't be careful. Sir, इसका नहीं, I don't think so.
ऑडियंस को बोलने के बैठने के लिए तो बोल देते हैं. We are just now testing the Murphy's law. Please be patient with us. The things goes wrong, they go wrong at the worst possible time. So technical glitch is there. I'll request the people who are standing outside to please come and take seat. We are about to start in just a couple of moments.
A very good morning, everyone. We are so sorry for the delay. There is a technical glitch, but we are starting because the program will get delayed otherwise. So, our illustrious chief guest, Professor Narayanan PJ. Hello. Hello. Yeah. A very good morning, everyone. Our illustrious chief guest, Professor Narayanan PJ, Director, IIIT Hyderabad. Shri Ratna Kumar. Hello. Hello. Shri Ratna Kumar, DDG from Hyderabad LSA, DOT. Shri Nirmal Kumar, CGM from BSNL. Our dignitaries, officers, our guests from the industry and startups, academia and enthusiasts from various fields. A very good morning to all of you. I am Kumud Jindal, Assistant Director General from Department of Telecom. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to you all for our third and final outreach program for Sangam Digital Twin Initiative. The Department of Telecom has unveiled the Sangam Digital Twin Initiative, an unparalleled venture inviting expressions of interest from industry pioneers, startups, MSME, academia, innovators, and forward thinkers. This initiative comes in the backdrop of the past decade's breakthrough in communication, computation, and sensing in the era of what we call as the decade, striving for the Prime Minister's vision to 2047 of Vikasit Bharat. Sangam brings all stakeholders on one platform, aiming to transform innovative ideas into tangible solutions, bridging the gap between conceptualization and realization, ultimately paving the way for groundbreaking infrastructure advancements. So, with these words, may I now request our esteemed dignitaries, Director, IIIT Hyderabad, Professor Narayanan, and Shri Ratna Kumar, DDG Karnataka LSA, for your esteemed presence on the dais for the commencement of the event. Secretary Telecom Dr. Neeraj Mittal will also be joining us shortly via online mode. Till then, we can start with the inauguration. Sir. I request Shri Hemendra Sharma, Director, DOT, to welcome our esteemed guest, Professor Narayanan, by presenting him a plant. I request Shri Hemendra Sharma, sir, to welcome our guest, Shri Ratna Kumar, DDG from Karnataka LSA. Sorry, APLSA.
Just a correction. Call me APLSA.
Sorry.
And I request your management and other people to manager Mr. Nirmal Kumar on the dais. Thank you.
Proceeding for the lamp lighting. Deep is the symbol of knowledge and enlightenment. So, it drives away the darkness of ignorance from the mind and illuminates it with knowledge. In the presence of such an enlightened audience, I request our dignitaries on and off the dais to please come up to the stage for lighting of the lamp and marking the beginning of Sangam-Outreach program in Hyderabad.
On behalf of DOT, please join us in lamping the light.
Shri Asit Kadyan, DDG from DOT. Sir has served in TRI for 6 years as an advisor, and his expertise lies in regulatory aspects concerning QoS in 2G, 3G, and 4G mobile networks, as well as broadband fixed line networks. Sir has actively contributed to consultations on regulatory matters in emerging areas such as net neutrality, cloud computing, and OTT services. I request Sir to please come up on the dais for the welcome address for this inaugural.
Thank you, Kumar. Good morning. Dear esteemed guests, industry leaders, innovators, academia, and all the participants who have joined us today in physical presence or they are watching through live streaming. On behalf of the Department of Telecom, I extend my warm welcome to each of you for joining this outreach program, which is a pivotal outreach program for the Sangam Digital Twin Initiative. And I am honored to begin today's outreach program by welcoming our distinguished guests. Shri Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Secretary Telecom, will be joining us in few minutes. And he was the visionary force behind this Sangam Digital Twin Initiative. And his idea to transform infrastructure planning and design not only inspired us, but also guided us to think beyond the conventional boundaries. His leadership and encouragement has helped us to steer this innovative endeavor for a digital twin. So he will be joining shortly at 10:30. We are waiting and I am also delighted to welcome Triple IT Director. Sir, thank you very much for joining us today here. And your invaluable insights today will be very useful for this Sangam Digital Twin Initiative. I also welcome Shri Ratna Kumar, DDG from LSA AP. And I also welcome CGM BSNL Nirmal Kumar on the stage. Thank you very much for joining us today. And we have got very good response to this Digital Twin Initiative. And this is the third outreach program. And we are not repeating any of the speakers, and we are getting more than 40 speakers to speak in all this outreach program. And we have got a lot of participation through physical presence or through live streaming videos. And it shows, this presence shows that it is a testament of collective efforts which will be useful for powering this Sangam Digital Initiative. So I welcome, thanks once again, and I welcome all of you, and let us embark on this transformational journey for the infrastructure planning, future infrastructure planning and designing. Thank you very much for joining us today here.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address. Narayanan PJ, Dr. Narayanan PJ has done his PhD from University of Maryland, USA. Sir is known for his work in computer vision, computer graphics, and parallel computing on the GPU. I would like to invite Professor Narayanan PJ, Director IIIT Hyderabad, for the special address.
Good morning and welcome to IIIT as the host, head of the host institution. I first welcome all of you. And I also thank Secretary Neeraj Mittalji and Kadyanji for choosing IIIT as the venue. IIIT is a young institution which has completed 25 years. This is our 25th year going, or just completed. And we focus on core technology, information technology, but not just computing, communication, all that definitely, but also their application areas, how they can transform the society, because these areas have become very, very important. We practically use computing, communication every second of our life today. And 25 years ago, 30 years ago, it was only some special people had access to computers. Now you do everything on our mobiles, and our mobile phones are probably more powerful than any computer was 25, 30 years ago that we had access to. So this is, and communication, I think the 3G, 4G, 5G, now 6G, the communication revolution has been equally important in making all these happen. People talk about the IT revolution and computing revolution, but without the communication underneath, with no web, the internet wouldn't have been so big, and without that, all of us wouldn't have found so many things to do with the network. So it's very important. Communication and computation go together. And today, digital twins is a very appropriate technology. We have all the elements. We have hardware to have all kinds of sensors across a city or across the nation. We have the communication infrastructure, 5G, 6G, etc. coming up, so that data or information, including high bandwidth video, can be transmitted to anywhere else instantly. And then we have the computing infrastructure to process them for very specific things, all in real time. And so this combination of all these makes a digital twin or simulation of things over a city scale or over the nation scale very much possible and can have a lot of benefits. In IIIT, we have communication, strong communication department or groups, research groups. We have a digital, a smart city or a smart city project where our campus itself has been made smart. There are a lot of sensors, and you can, some of those who are interested can see that. I think there's a talk about it later also. And we have very strong in the back end AI or a machine learning based AI. That's been our biggest strength. IIIT Hyderabad is ranked number 1 in AI and AI related areas in the country in research related ranking. So we are excited about the possibility of working with digital twins or all the data that comes from city scale or nation scale, and have very meaningful analytics through AI and other techniques, and have whatever decisions sent to the decision maker, policy makers, police or whoever. So I think the possibilities are endless. Sky is the limit, and we should all exploit it. I'm very glad this is happening here. I welcome you all to not only listen to the wonderful talks with all kinds of people that are listed there, but also if you have time, go around, see the campus. I think our people will be glad to arrange some of the demos or tours or some of the activities. And those who are from Hyderabad and around, we have an annual R&D showcase. We open all the research at the institute on Saturdays, this coming Saturday and Sunday. It'll be open to public. You can come here, go around, and young students demonstrating their stuff. Not just the big PhD students, they also see many BTech students, etc., demonstrating stuff. So I request, especially our guests sitting on the dais, they are from local. Please send you are welcome yourself, and send your people. There will be many things that you see here which would be of interest. And there will be 2-day event, Saturday and Sunday. I welcome you all, anyone who can be here to that also. I take that opportunity. Unfortunately, I have an online meeting that I chair from 10:30 onwards, so I have to leave very soon. But I'm once again thank the team for organizing it here, and have a great day, and look at IIIT Hyderabad also. Thank you very much.
हेलो चंदुरा
Hello.
हेलो DOT
Yes, we are ready. Please call, sir.
हेलो DOT
Unmute. Is it unmute? Hello? Hello? Am I audible?
आ रहे हैं
हेलो? हेलो?
उनकी आवाज
आ रही है? आपको आवाज आ रही है?
उधर से आवाज नहीं आ रही
हेलो? हेलो?
ये माइक देखो चालू है।
उनको हेलो? हेलो? हेलो?
हाँ जी DOT
Can you hear me?
हेलो अच्छा सारे वेट कर रहे हैं ना
हेलो? 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 Secretary sir is here. Sir,
Dear friends, it is indeed a pleasure for me to be addressing all of you at the Sangam-Outreach program. This is the third in its series of programs which Department of Telecommunications has done. The first one was at Delhi, the other one was at Bangalore, and the third is at Hyderabad, signifying the importance of Hyderabad as a growing technical hub where there is a confluence of big tech players, startup ecosystem, and lot of talent. The idea of this program is to really create an interest, see the viability of a very cutting edge problem statement which requires cutting edge technologies, and see to what extent the state of art data, computing technologies, data storage technologies can be brought together to solve a big problem for a nation like India, which is integrated infrastructure planning and execution and monitoring. Digital twins have been deployed in various problem statements across various industries, in process industries, in buildings, in chemical industries, in mechanical engineering, in shop floor, in railways, and innumerable applications. And therefore, the technology is proven. However, we are yet to see large-scale deployment of digital twins across sectors where possibly intersectoral, interdisciplinary, vertical domains have to be integrated. For example, if you were to answer a question that if I were to make a road in alignment A versus alignment B, and the Ministry of Road and Surface Transport were asked by Ministry of Environment and Forest, what would be the impact of alignment A versus alignment B on the carbon dioxide emission? Can we answer that question? This would involve the digital twin to think through possibly multiple data sources of traffic, of the population residing across those two alignments, traffic predictions, the kind of vehicles which are possibly likely to flow on that, whether it is trucks or it is light motor vehicles or two-wheelers, link it with some climate model to figure out what will happen, possibly the presence of forests in both areas, how much forest would need to be cut in both. So it is a very, very complex problem. And the idea of this is to see to what boundaries can we push this concept to. So I'm really happy that all of you are here today. We have got several very powerful speakers in this conference. We hope to get a lot of thoughts and ideas from you. We wish to take this forward from a simple expression of interest on a voluntary basis by people here to also fund in a very short while, based on our experience here, to a robust project which can deliver some low-hanging fruits based on starting with telecom data as an enabler at the first instance. We already have a lot of data which is digital in nature across the government. There is a possibility in future with a lot of IoT devices of real-time data available to us on an individual level, such as digital meters, electricity meters, and host of other data, which will include, for example, if one's cars get electronic in nature, then vehicular data and other kinds of inputs as well. So we are hoping that we will not be behind the curve, and that is why this initiative has been launched by DOT. We hope to get a lot of ideas from you. We want to learn from your experience. Tell us what is feasible, what is not. And I, again, thank you for being here to help us complete this dream. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Thank you for joining us online. So, we have already had the keynote address by Director IIIT Hyderabad. So, now we will be moving on to the vote of thanks for the day. So, I request Sri Vineet Malik, ADG DOT, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Kumud. First of all, Secretary Telecom Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Director IIIT Hyderabad, Professor Narayanan, officers from DOT, APLSA, CJM, BSNL, distinguished officers, illustrious industry leaders, esteemed entrepreneurs, participants watching us live, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the IT system who gave us an unexpected appearance. I think it went on an high tea without telling us. So yeah, and but I'm happy that we've quickly rebooted ourselves, like all of us, all the tech enthusiasts here do now and then. So yeah, on behalf of Department of Telecom, I extend a heartfelt thanks to all who graced the inaugural session of Sangam Digital Twin Outreach Program at IIIT Hyderabad. I would like to acknowledge that Sangam Hyderabad follows the successful outreach programs held in Delhi and Bangalore. The momentum and enthusiasm from these gatherings have paved the way for today's event, signifying a broader collective effort towards a technological advancement and collaborations. I express gratitude to Sri Neeraj Mittal, whose vision has brought Sangam to life, and Professor Narayanan PJ for his valuable presence and letting us host Sangam. To all the dignitaries and officials from DOT, your support is invaluable. We appreciate the industry experts and entrepreneurs whose dedication will drive Sangam's success. Special thanks to Telecom Sector of Excellence, TCOE, IIIT Administration, volunteers, and all those who are involved in the planning of this event. I thank you. To all our enthusiastic participants present here, your presence heralds a new era of progress. Thank you all for making this event a success. Thank you once again. So I would request everybody to proceed for high tea, and post high tea we'll be starting our first session. Also, a quick announcement that I would request everybody to grab it really quick and be present by 11 in this hall.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, check 1, 2, 3. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3. Hello, check.
Hello. Everybody is please requested to please settle down. We are going to start in 2 minutes.
Check. So if you have friends outside, could you please call them? Would request everybody to please be seated. So welcome back. My humble request would be to give huge round of applause. Keep giving huge round of applause to all the speakers so as to transmit the energy. And first of all, transmit energy among yourselves. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, yeah. So to start with the session one, in fact, the entire Sangam-Outreach program at Hyderabad, I would like to request Shri Asit Kadian, Deputy Director General DOT, to give us an overview of Sangam, the digital twin initiative, and what at DOT we are trying to achieve. Sir.
Thank you, Vineet. Can I get the... Good morning once again. This Sangam Digital Twin expression of interest was floated by Department of Telecom on 15th of February. And the deadline for participating in this expression of interest is 15th of March. Just few days are left. And today is the third outreach program. Second outreach program was in Bangalore. First was in Delhi. And the agenda of today's outreach program is to unveil the vision of Sangam. And there will be the speakers from the industry who will be presenting their ongoing work, which will highlight that what capabilities they do have and how these technological foundational capabilities they have can be leveraged for the Sangam initiative. The purpose of this outreach program is to invite industry, invite institutions, invite innovators to participate in this EOI and seize the movement for the innovation. So why we considered this infrastructure planning as one of the key areas for the digital twin initiative? Because India is spending more than 10 lakh crore rupees every year. So even if you do something good with the data and unified data and the collective intelligence, there will be huge gains. So even if there is a marginal gain in terms of the spending we are doing on infrastructure, but there will be the huge savings. So what are the challenges which physical world is facing or infrastructure is facing? There are three things. First is data is siloed. Data is outdated. That is the first thing. And as you can see that if data, there is a limited access to the data, there is a limited imagination. Means if data is not there, you can't imagine, your imaginations are limited. So we have to solve this problem. The constraints of the imagination and enable the data possibilities. And second thing, which is the important one, is that risk-averse experimentations. In case of infrastructure, because it is a capex-heavy industry, you can't make many experiments. If something goes wrong, it is very costly affair. So you can't do experiments. Even if you are experimenting, those experimentations are either few or limited in the breadth. So breadth of the experimentations is limited, or the frequency of the experimentation is limited, because it is a costly affair. Third thing, which is equally important, is that there are no measurement of the outcomes. There is no feedback loop. So once you make a claim that we are doing this thing, it will help in achieving this thing, but whether it has achieved or not, we don't know. We don't know. There is no feedback loop. So these three problems are to be solved. We have to get unified data, we have to enable the experimentation, and we have to provide feedback loops. As Secretary Telecom in his speech mentioned that there are, in the past decade, there are a lot of development in the computationals and the communication and in the sensing and imaging technologies. Now these problems can be addressed. So it is a right time to address these issues, which are the key issues of the infrastructure planning. What can be done in case of a siloed and outdated data? We have to develop an enabling framework that integrates diverse data sets. And if that diverse data set is available in a real time, then we will be getting a comprehensive and accurate information for all stakeholders. And this will solve the issue of unification of the data. But why data? Unification of the data is a demand for many decades. Means everybody says that yes, if we have access to the entire data, we can do something great. But why it is not happening? What is preventing to achieve that state, a unification of the data? There are again three things why it is not happening. First is privacy related concerns. Means data is privacy sensitive and it cannot be shared in the raw form. And second is that organizations are not willing to share because it is a commercial sensitive data. If data of one company gets revealed to the rival company, then they are not willing to participate. So it is a commercial sensitive data. And the third and biggest problem is that incentives are not aligned in the data sharing ecosystem. So even if you mandate that it is to be shared, it is good for the society, it will not happen. It is not likely to happen. Because if people will share, either it will be half-cooked data or it will be a poor quality data, because people will not be making efforts to enrich this data and to present this data in the best form, which is useful for the planning and the designing of the infrastructure. So when we are talking of an enabling framework, we will see today's presentation, some companies will be presenting that how they propose to solve these concerns and enable unification of the data. And the second issue, which is related to the risk-averse experimentation, if we leverage virtual worlds and use digital twins to simulate infrastructure scenarios. So in a virtual world, there is no cost of experimentation. For example, even if you are struggling with some problem in Hyderabad and you have some suggestions, how that suggestions can be considered by the planners and the designers. So how it is being considered right now or today? You can tweet about it, you can send a email to the authority, or you can write some article in the newspapers. That may be a feedback channel. But as a planner or a designer, how much time I do have to consider inputs from thousands or several thousands of the people or residents of the Hyderabad? It is difficult. People discuss, people chat about it, and that gets ignored. How digital twin is going to help in achieving that in the era of a generative AI? So when generative AI enables to, and it provides bandwidth to deal with several thousands of inputs and summarize it in a manner that it can be translated, it can be mapped on the digital twin. For example, if I suggest that there should be a flyover here around this IIIT building, whether my suggestion is a good suggestion or not, this hypothesis can be tested if there is a data and AI model of traffic of Hyderabad. Because if you have a citywide data model, then you can test that hypothesis. Currently, that data is being collected via sample surveys. And sample survey cannot answer many questions. If there is a congestion on a road intersection, sample survey cannot answer why people are passing through this intersection. It can only give the counts of the vehicles passing through that intersection. But they cannot answer from where they are coming and where they are heading to. That is not available. Who can tell about that where they are heading to? Have you any idea? Who can tell? Who can provide this data? This data exists, but it is not being accessed. It is not being made available for the transport modeling. And that is the telco data. Telco has a complete mobility insights from door to door, and in any intersection, in a statistical manner, it can give you insights that where they are heading. Whether we want to make a bridge on this intersection or we want to provide an alternative path so they will not pass through this intersection. So you have a bigger picture and you can imagine in a more variety of ways to solve that problem. So digital twin helps in providing insights through diverse set of data, and it also helps in engaging with the public in a manner that all the inputs of the public passes to the planner and the designer. They survive till the point, if they have a value, till the end that this is a valuable suggestion. So how that can be done, we will see in the Sangam Digital Initiative. So as I mentioned, that if monitoring is possible and real-time monitoring is possible, then you can measure the outcomes and this feedback loop gets completed. So with the advancements of the computation, with the advancements in the communication, with the advancements in the sensing and imaging technology, all the three issues what we are referring here can be solved. Now we have to demonstrate, we have to develop and demonstrate that yes, this is a model that we will be solving these issues. So how we have planned this journey, this Sangam Digital Initiative journey, 3 steps. First step is a foundational layer. Geospatial digital twin layer is to be created, and that is a replica of the physical world. And how accurate it will be, already replica is available, only it varies in terms of the level of the details, and how accurate it is, how comprehensive it is, how many cities we are covering, how much area we are covering, how many types of things we are covering, that matters. So digital twins are already available, but we have to increase its depth and its breadth for the purpose of this Sangam initiative. And in last two outreach programs, different players from this geospatial layer have made presentations. Today also, we have a renowned player in this space, and they will be making presentation that how they are doing job in this geospatial digital twin. And second layer is a integration with the dynamic data. So geospatial twin may be a passive thing, only a 3D model and a static model. When you want to give a life to this digital twin, how that can be done? Now, we want to infuse real-time data. So what is happening at this moment is known for the purpose of the modeling. And it is not limited to the IoT. So what is important to consider is that it is not limited to the IoT. We are collecting data from the diverse sources. And when you are collecting data from the diverse sources, there is a challenge. So digital twin, you may found digital twin of a product, you may found digital twin of a factory and a plant. But when you want to apply the same concepts in a public infrastructure, which is a multi-organizational, multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary problem, and administrator of this whole infrastructure is not a single organization. Unlike in case of a factory or a plant, where one person may be taking all the decisions, all the actions. Here it is distributed. So why telcos and how computational technology will be helping, we will see in this Sangam Digital Twin Initiative. And what is important is that we want to achieve not a tightly coupled system. We want to achieve a loosely coupled systems, but which works in a cohesive manner. So everybody gets a freedom to work in its domain, but they have to work in a cohesive manner. That is the role of this Sangam Digital Initiative. And the third stage and the culmination stage is of creating a virtual world for experimental iterations. And why virtual world? Means there may be a mathematical models which can be equally useful for taking many decisions. But virtual world is important because it is easy to be perceived. One can easily interact with the systems. So you can also engage the players who are non-IT professionals, who are not IT savvy or a tech savvy. Even they can participate in this. So here policy makers who may be not good in the IT, there may be public who may not be good in the IT, but they can contribute in a very significant manner to take a good decision. So that helps. And gaming engine platforms are really important when we want to test the hypothesis or we want to simulate. So how gaming engine platforms will be used in the Sangam Digital Twin initiatives, that will also be explained as a part of EOI and in some of the presentations. And we can consider, as I mentioned earlier, that public can be engaged, and that can be considered as a design thinking in practice. So when design thinking, management, all management, top level management institutes are talking about design thinking, where users can be engaged at the design level. Here in the digital twin model of a Sangam initiative, public can be engaged when you are planning the infrastructure. It is not that they cannot be engaged. So that pipeline is to be created, and we have to consider, we have to create a capability to deal with that, and how AI ML helps in creating that capability. So there are number of small pieces in this. There is a core part, core piece of the digital twin, but there is a digital twin drishti. In drishti, you can capture inputs. You can capture input from the real world and give this as a feed to the main core model. It may be a CCTV camera, it may be a telco data, it may be a cab service data in case of a traffic model. So there is a digital twin drishti. There is a digital twin Spurti. Spurti means agility. How quickly you can change the configurations in the infrastructure planning. And this can be tested wherever ad hoc arrangements are being made, like a mela or something, exhibitions. How this can be done. And there was a final match of IPL final match, where people took only 5-10 minutes to come out of the stadium, but it took more than 3 hours or 4 hours to come out of the parking area. So people took care when they were managing the things, that how to manage the exit of the stadium, but they have not managed the exit of the parking. And how the simulation models of physical models can help, and how the digital thread which stitches the sitting arrangement and the parking arrangement helps in improvising the efficiencies of these arrangements. Then digital twin Sahyog is there, where you can help in case of a disaster. Then there is a digital twin Sanyojak that is related to telecom network planning. And there is a digital twin Prashikshan. You can train people and you can evaluate the people in a virtual world. And that can be done using a scenario thinking. So means you can create scenario in the virtual world, and you can evaluate the people whether they have been trained correctly or they have been trained precisely or not. And there is a digital twin Saita that is for emergency. So in emergency, we will find that it is not a static situation, it is a dynamic situation, where rescue agencies, where digital twin of the building, where telecom people, all combined together have to work to evacuate the people. Because telco people knows who are the people inside, and rescue agencies knows what is their plan, and digital twin knows that what is the context, where is the fire, where is the smoke, how to rescue the people. So I will skip this, but this slide, it is about the fabric which we have to create. We have to source the data from a variety of sources. It may be unstructured, it may be structured. Then we have to develop a model, do feature extractions. We have to fuse the data from variety of sources. We have to enrich it. And in some of the cases, we have to process it in a confidential spaces. So federated learning or a multi-party secure computing or a trusted execution environment, differential privacy, and synthesized data may be required to deal with the issues. Then there will be analytics and a visualization layer, and scenario thinking can be done for the purpose of the decision makers. So we have a two-stage UI. First stage is exploratory, and that is for 2 months. And the last date, 15th March, is for this first stage. And the purpose of this exploratory stage is to make people clear about the horizon of the POC, do creative explorations, and become confident, because data seekers and data providers both are participating in this initiative. So even if you are looking for some data, you will not find that data from us. You will find that data from the other participant in this group. And you can check the feasibility, and you can be confident that you can enter into the stage 2. Stage 2 will be with narrower scope. There will be a fixed specific use cases which are required to be developed and demonstrated. But in a stage 1, it is open. It is open because it is a creative exploration. And there will be a list of living use cases. So there is no use case defined, means whatever digital twin I have mentioned, we are not limited to that. Those are just examples. We can consider more digital twins, more number of use cases. There will be a list of living use cases. You can comment upon them, you can review them, you can refine them, and there will be a final bucket of the use cases which anybody can pick from that bucket, that which use cases they would like to take forward in the stage 2. So we have a 3 outreach program. This is the final outreach program. And now 15th March deadline will be there. And once this is over, we will be conducting 4 networking events where we will bring the people together to do creative exploration and examine the feasibility, and then understand the utility value of that use cases. That will be done during the networking event. So finally, this reminds me the quote of Albert Einstein, that imagination is more important than knowledge, because for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, stimulating progress, giving birth to evolution. Stage 1 is designed around this. So we should not limit ourselves. People are asking that tell us the use cases. We are not telling the use cases, because we have to imagine. We are not to limit the imagination. And the final thing, why Sangam? Why? There is a quote from the Henry Ford that coming together is a beginning, staying together is a progress, and working together is a success. This is all about Sangam, that we have to work together. So Sangam Digital Twin Initiative is about coming together, staying together, working together. So I will invite all of you to unite, collaborate, and innovate, leveraging the unified data and collective intelligence at our disposal. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. As you rightly mentioned, that data seekers and data providers are rightly present in this very hall, and Sangam aims to unite, collaborate, and innovate. So with this, let us invite our esteemed speakers on the stage. To start with, we have Srinivas from WASH Innovation Hub. So he'll be highlighting about transforming WASH infrastructure, leveraging digital twins for strategic planning and responsible utilization. So to talk about Srinivas, Professor Srinivas is Center Director at the Administrator Staff College of India. He leads the Center of Environment, Urban Governance and Infrastructure Development. He's an urban planner and public health engineer with over 2 decades of experience in urban infrastructure and service delivery. He specializes in water and environmental sanitation, WASH services, as we call them, and his portfolio spans policy, program, capacity development, knowledge management. He's also served under various IMCs on citywide inclusive sanitation, WASH in schools, urban water management, and urban development. So I would like to request Srinivas sir to please come on stage and wash us with your experience. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's okay. So, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I come from Administrative Staff College of India, where we have a program called WASH Innovation Hub. We work with the Government of India and Government of Telangana. We're trying to do some interesting work, and we thought it's an opportunity to share with you and also learn from you and find some collaborative opportunities as part of this. We come from use cases. Most of you are probably, I'm assuming that you come from the tech background. We come from typically potential use cases that you could work with. And the use case in this case is about potable water and sanitation, including municipal solid waste and water. You know, if you open the newspaper about Bangalore, the Bangalore that's going through the crisis, the water crisis leading to business interruption losses, leading to significant disruption to the work life. So how do you fix the problems of water? How do we fix the problems of sanitation? Municipal solid waste is what we continue to grapple, and data is going to play a very critical role. And we have some initial experience of digital twins that we are incubating as part of our program, and that's what I would share in the next 10 minutes. So here, just to give you a scenario, to bring you to the context that we work with. A city like Hyderabad, city like Bangalore, Chennai, we bring water from, since Bangalore is in spotlight, Bangalore gets water from 150 kilometers from Kaveri, Hyderabad gets from 200 kilometers, Delhi gets from neighboring states. And we lose 40 to 50% of that water en route, either in the distribution within the city or in the transmission system, but predominantly at the distribution system. First of all, we don't know it is 40% or 50%. And secondly, we don't know where we are losing. It's all buried under the ground. And if I talk to a Japanese or in Singapore, where they get water from Malaysia, and I ask them, what is your losses like? So they say it is 0.52%. In India, we say it could be between 40 to 60%. So we don't have a sense of accuracy, we don't have a sense of data in taking decisions. And this is not about decisions with regard to data, it is about money. Every cubic meter of water we fetch from Kaveri or from Hyderabad, we get it at 45 rupees a kiloliter. Of course, you and I may get free water, that's a different political decision. But we spend for energy and for pumping and everything, we get about 45 rupees a kiloliter, and we lose that. It's a colossal loss of money to the utility. This is one use case. Oops. The second use case, the more number of sanitation workers die every year than soldiers on the border protecting our countries, different parts of, whether it's China, India border, all the borders put together. More number of sanitation workers die getting into the sewer systems, getting into septic tanks, getting into Delhi, Mumbai, all the places that we defecate and that wastewater goes into some pipes and then they get choked. And to clear those chokages, humans, sanitation workers get in and die. In fact, we maintain a database of deaths and numbers are huge. We don't have a visibility in terms of where the chokage is. Where is the recurrence of this chokage? Even now we send people into the conduits, the networks, infrastructure. And because of the exposure to methane and other toxic gases, they die. This is 2024. We don't have a visibility on the data of where these chokages are happening and where this recurrence of complaints are coming, so that we prevent and we do a predictive modeling and say that this is where we need to replace the pipeline, or we need to do an automation like robotics can be also integrated in it. We don't have a sense of how the lake is behaving because of toxic effluent, sewage and other cases, wastewater getting sent out. There's a complete indiscriminate discharges in every city. Bangalore is a classic case where hundreds of lakes are mismanaged and you don't have a clear understanding of how the lake is behaving and how the lake would behave next summer. And the crisis is coming because of these sort of situations. So data to a great extent can enable us to achieve sustainable development goal, and we need to realize that we just have about 6 years, or even now we are in 2024, we are 2030 is a target. We are way off, completely way off as a country. So this is where we look at opportunities to collaborate with like-minded programs, like-minded organizations to disrupt the way we solve our problems. Right now, infrastructure in India, urban infrastructure is still mechanical, it's still paper and pen, it's still intuitive, it is based on past experience, not based on data-driven decision making. So this is where we need to bring in very transformative solutions to solve some of our problems, to make our city livable. The cities are actually 60 to 70% of the economy is driven by cities, but cities are becoming unlivable. So that's where I think we need a phenomenal amount of innovations and reinvention. And the business as usual will not get us what we want to get as a country. So it is in this context that we have established a platform called WASH Innovation Hub, which is based out of HASKI, Administrative Staff College of India, which is one of those premier institutions established by Government of India long back, along with the private sector, and it's a self-financing autonomous institute in Hyderabad, where what we're trying to do is to accelerate innovations and create ease of doing business for innovators. If it is a big company like Pepsi or Coke, there is the ease of doing business. We have a red carpet welcome. But for innovations, there's a huge struggle to work in cities, work with the governments, work with the city administration, multiple departments. So we create what is called ease of doing business, ease of financing. So WASH Innovation Hub is basically about a platform to promote, accelerate innovations to improve the livability of cities. And we realized that globally, when we commissioned a study with Dalberg, we found that 90% of innovations die, ideas die, in absence of an ecosystem. So that's why WASH Innovation Hub is an ecosystem where we work with the national government, state governments, we work with funding organizations, philanthropic organizations to get money for innovators. We work with market players, we work with research R&D institutions, like we work with T-Works, we work with T-Hub, we work with a number of IITs to get R&D support for innovators. So I'll give you some examples later. So we work on a number of focus areas which are very critical for livability of our urban systems. Water, sanitation, Swachh Bharat, Jal Jeevan mission. These are critical missions where innovations are very, very important. We provide a number of services, and I'm sharing this deliberately so that we seek partnerships. And this is an opportunity I'm putting across. We work with scientific research, idea sourcing, incubation, design and prototyping. We don't do it, but we take help of T-Works, which is just around. And they have fabulous prototyping facility in Hyderabad. So we work with, for financing, we work with Gates Foundation, we work with USAID, we work with water.org to get capital infusion to support innovators. And we have a pipeline of 300 crores right now to support innovators. It could be in the form of grant, debt, or equity, or it could be a blended finance. So I will give you some examples. We have a catalog of 650 plus innovators with us, working only in this space. And many of them are playing with data. We hold convenings, we do ease of doing business, we seek government help to change the procurement norms, because they can't work with the governments unless and until procurement norms are simplified. If we create digital twin, and one of our partners have created a digital twin in Pune, who's going to fund them? The municipality is not going to fund. A lake doesn't belong to a municipality. Lake belongs to irrigation department, municipality, and 5 other departments. Who is going to fund? Who is going to use the data? It will become an academic exercise or a very beautiful conference, but we have to create business model out of it. So how do I create a business model around digital twin interventions? Is what we are grappling with, and that's where ease of doing business is important, ease of financing is important, getting large private sectors to come and support us is important. We work with Thermax, Ion Exchange, Resustainability, so that innovators are taken over by the big players with deep pockets. So give you an example. Currently we are working with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. We are the WASH Innovation Hub is a single point repository. We are the fund managers as well as we manage source innovations. We currently funding, our team is at 105 MSMEs startups. Majority of them are in the digital space, and some of them are doing digital twinning of what we are discussing today. So we provide a seed capital of 20 lakhs. And if they do well, we give them replication opportunity. If they are working in Hyderabad or Pune, they can work in maybe Jamnagar, or they can work in Ahmedabad. So we continue to support them for replication till they reach a commercialization stage. So it's a pan-India program, and as I said, we collaborate, we get them money for scaling up through a partnership with water.org, funding a philanthropic organization, but they have expertise to raise capital. Now, this is a prototyping, design and re-engineering, including IT support they provide. We've taken a couple of them to Shark Tank challenges also. Some of them have gone all the way. Now, coming back to, and we run a newsletter to promote across multiple governments. Every chief secretary, every secretary, urban development, they have to get to know. So we have to create a culture of innovation, and we use the newsletter to disseminate various stories. Of course, a lot of policy changes are required for promotion of innovations, including digital twin. So we work on the policy front. Having said that, let me just give you a couple of examples of how it's actually going to help the cities and service delivery in the water and sanitation space. I'm not going to speak about what are the real benefits that are coming through this experimentation. So this is one example, one company, one was left, I think, ISRO. He left ISRO and started this OMSAT, one of the company. We spotted them and we said, why don't you work in this space of satellite data for leak detection? Leak detection is a very nut and bolt. As an engineer, I can say, we used to dig open the road to pinpoint where the leak is, or the leak is so big that it has to gush out from the earth. It's very difficult to spot leakages. We have hardware to pinpoint leakages, but it's super expensive. You have to put those hardwares on the walls and the pressure difference, noise sensors, very expensive. Now, this is a very interesting solution that we are promoting, where they have thermal imaging, they have satellite data to pinpoint the leakage, and the cost is a fraction compared to what international community spends. And what international community have contracts in India to, and they run into crores, whereas companies can spend a fraction to get where the leakages are. And this is like a city-wide. It's very challenging to pinpoint the leakages. As I said, leakages is in the order of 40 to 50%. So we just gave them a small seed fund in Udaipur, and it's so promising that now city after city after city are engaging their services, and this is a simulation of what is happening under the ground. Physical infrastructure is completely mapped on a GIS, and we should be using the satellite data to pinpoint where the leakages are with accuracy of 94%. This is one example of how we can use. This is again a very, it's again a seed fund of 20 lakhs is given to a company called Nature Dots. It's called Aquanerch, which is a digital twin of a lake ecosystem. They created a complete lake ecosystem to simulate, I'll just close it in 2 minutes. So we know exactly what's happening below the lake, how the pollution is impacting the aquatic ecosystem, what is the DO levels, and what sort of aeration is required in the lake system. So sitting in Hyderabad, I can track and control the lake monitoring can be done from here. This is one example. This is another, it's called LAMAS, Lake Management System, to know the lake health. Again, to have a complete understanding of under the Amrut program, protection of lake is very important for water security. And that's exactly what Bangalore is suffering. 150 lakes all dried up because we never bothered to monitor them, or they're polluted so that I can't use the water. So this sort of solutions can be easily developed, and we solicit your support in developing more and more. This is another example of complete water resources management. We are trying to create again a digital twin sort of a platform where GIS, AI, ML, all of them are integrated to control the whole ecosystem of water. Flood management is very important. Every year we get floods, whether it's Gurgaon, Hyderabad, every year we get. But we don't learn from the data. We don't use the data for preventive actions or predictive actions. So this is another example of simulating complete end-to-end simulation of a flooding ecosystem in city of, which city is this? Kerala. Kerala went through a big flooding. So I will stop here. This is about infrastructure mapping. We have thousands of sewage treatment plants, but we don't have a visibility. We don't monitor them properly. We don't have a clear understanding of energy usage, water, chemical usage, everything. And 80% of this infrastructure are dysfunctional after spending crores of rupees in absence of real-time monitoring, real-time data. So this is an exercise called Digital Pani. One of the companies we are just supporting them in creating a complete end-to-end solution, simulating what's happening in the STP. We can monitor from here and take preventive and predictive actions. This is another example of robotics, sending a small, we have heart, we send small robotics into the heart and into digital. Why can't we send it to the sewer systems? So the whole sewer system of Delhi can be tracked and prevent human entry into this case. So these are some examples, and we have a dime a dozen examples. The use cases are interesting. There are smart young professionals available in the country. All we need is meeting of the minds and creating a business model around it so that these young entrepreneurs will scale up faster than conventional small seed capital type of funding that we are currently doing. So our focus is on commercialization of these solutions. Thank you very much for it.
Thank you so much, sir. as we already know, that we are moving from profit to purpose and then getting profit by solving that purpose. So profit to purpose to profit. So this is a great model that professor has shown to us. And he rightly mentioned that 90% of the ideas die because of no ecosystem present. So as Wash is helping to develop that ecosystem, so is DOT at Sangam trying to do that, develop an ecosystem to solve multiple problems at once. In the line of the same, I would like to call upon my next speaker, who is Ankit Dhata, Partner Manager, Reality Labs Meta. So before I speak about him, what he does, which you already can read itself, I would like everybody to give a huge round of applause for the upcoming speaker. Yeah. So Ankit, yeah, thank you. Ankit is a digital marketing and a product professional with over 15 years of experience across education, personal finance, and media. He currently works in Reality Labs at Meta, focusing on developer and India market solutions. So Ankit, I would like to call you on stage to give us some insights on experimental iterations through VR, AR, and AI.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for taking time to be here, and a special thanks for DOT for organizing this event. What I'm going to do is actually talk about what metaverse and emerging technologies around XR, which is extended reality, is, and some of the use cases that we see globally as well as in India around the use of digital twins. Sorry, tech always has some issue or the other. Okay, so one of the things that everyone has a question about is what is metaverse? And to be honest, this is a term that is widely spoken of but rarely understood. If I were to just look at what metaverse is, it allows you to experience your reality in a virtual environment, as well as the point is in a mixed environment as well, right? It also allows you to augment your current reality. And this entire experience means that there are opportunities for developers, businesses, as well as brands to actually work on metaverse-related technologies to have solutions which are for the good of humankind, as well as for business development. Let's look at some of the terms around it, right? So what is extended reality? And this is something that a lot of people have questions on. Extended reality is nothing but amalgamation of AR, which is augmented reality, VR, which is virtual reality, and MR, which is mixed reality. Augmented reality is basically, let's look at this space. If today the point is I were to, in this space itself, the point is, create let's say an Instagram filter that would allow, an case of augmented reality. If I were to recreate this space in a virtual environment, that would be a completely virtual reality. And if I were to take this space and combine AR and VR together, that becomes mixed reality, right? And today, businesses in India are actually using a lot of mixed reality, especially around digital twins, to look at cost savings as well as solutions that can help them better the lives of their employees or citizens. So one of the big use cases of digital twins is immersive learning. What is immersive learning? So if you look at the old classroom model of learning, it had limitations, right? How can you learn about space without actually envisioning what space is? Now imagine you have your headset on and you can imagine how space would look like or how the mission Chandrayaan would look like. And this is what is being done in a bunch of institutions, schools in Delhi, for example, where a developer has gone ahead and developed solutions around immersive learning, right? That can give students almost a real life scenario on how they could experience something like Chandrayaan. The second use case around STEM, just to give you an overview, the National Education Policy of 2020 states that most technical colleges would be required to have, a AR, VR lab or virtual learning. Now, along with that, what you will see is a lot of technical institutions in India have started adopting STEM-based education. So, learning engineering through, or medical through actual experiencing the issue at hand. So, take something like welding, right? It's a very, general task, but if you were to get your angles correct, if you want to get your precision correct, this is what the digital twin allows you to do, right? And you can measure all that data as well as store that data over a period of time so you can track your improvements as well. Twin campuses, this again is used largely by universities abroad. We haven't seen use cases in India so far, but they're using digital twins of their campus itself to stimulate a learning environment. This was widely used during the pandemic, where students were learning out of their own homes. And this kind of an environment made them feel that they were in campus, even though they were not physically present. Emergency preparedness. Now, this is something which is extremely critical, right? We heard about, Professor Srinivas spoke about floods. Now, imagine if you have to prepare the populace for how to respond in a flood-like situation. A simple PowerPoint presentation or instructions won't cut it, right? You want people to be able to simulate this. In fact, if you look at the mission where India is sending astronauts to space, one of the things that they are doing is they're using virtual reality to prepare for scenarios, right? And which is where this, again, the digital twin of the entire experience that the astronauts are going to have makes them prepared for these emergencies. Yeah, medical training, this is an absolutely sitter use case, right? So there are hospitals in India that are using this for nurse trainings. They are actually using this for even surgeon training because it allows you to experience and experiment at scale, which is not possible in a real world environment, right? You can make mistakes and learn from it in a virtual environment. Workforce development, this is something that we have seen a lot of heavy industries do, especially industries that have high cost of training. We have seen them actually use VR and MR technologies to recreate what is the workforce environment. I'll give you an example. A major cement company in India trains all its employees using Quest devices to ensure that when they hit the shop floor, they are already trained on some of the tasks that they need to do. And they have deployments of like hundreds of devices across all their factories. So imagine you're actually getting trained in a factory environment, and they have reduced their cost of training considerably, as well as the point is improved employee efficiency. Worker safety, again, extremely important, and especially in the oil and gas industry. Again, a major oil and gas major, global major, actually uses, and what they have done is they have embedded AI as well as MR across their sites globally, so they can actually track how their workers are doing when they are looking at repairs. They can simulate those repairs up front so that the workers can learn in a non-hazardous environment, and also allows them to, keep repeating this training over and over again without, inducing huge costs of training. Disaster response, this is again very similar to emergency preparation, but again we have seen fire officials in the country actually, and firemen in the country also get trained so that they can actually respond to disaster in a much better way using XR technologies. Mental health, I know this is something that is not spoken of very often, but is again a very, very important use case. There are company, developers in India who have actually developed solution for special care children who can actually now simulate real world scenarios without getting hurt, as well as the point is it helps them to integrate better into the society using real life scenarios, again, developed on VR. The last is, advocacy, and you know that this is extremely important. You can actually highlight issues that are facing the world all over. In fact, if you were to ever visit our Quest stores on the Oculus Quest, you will actually see real life experiences that you can have and help people, integrate this as a part of policy making as well. So what does Meta do in all of this? We actually run a whole bunch of programs that are to empower developers. We are cognizant of the fact that eventually it's not just grants, but also a business model that will empower them to scale. And we've had examples of developers, hundreds of developers from India who have made a business model of either creating digital twins for companies, or the point is actually creating their own apps that allow companies to create digital twins at scale. Our objective is to actually train these developers on our technologies, empower them with some amount of seed capital that can help them get started, as well as the point is connect them to companies that are looking for these solutions. Right? In a nutshell, we believe that India has huge potential, right? In terms of creating digital twins that are good for governance, good for business, and good for overall humanity. And at Meta, our focus is that how can we connect all three of them together by empowering the developer ecosystem, because they are the ones that are eventually going to create the solutions that are going to be the solutions of tomorrow. So thank you so much. Pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Ankit, for the insights on extended reality and various use cases that we at Sangam are also looking for. I hope you have, Meta has already applied and submitted all those use cases as well. Yeah, moving ahead, let me call on stage Kaustav Bhattacharya, Global Product Head at TCS TwinX. He'll be. Acha, he has joined us online. Kaustav. Anyway, we can ask Kaustav to give his presentations. Let me talk about Kaustav. He's a global product head at TCS TwinX, where he spearheads the concept to market progression for novel product launches. He's an advocate for adoption and democratization of experiment-driven business decision-making, facilitated by digital twins. Kaustav's expertise is marked by co-authorships of numerous patents and scholarly articles in the realm of enterprise and process digital twins. So he's worked quite a lot on digital twins. Without much ado, I would ask Kaustav to share highlights on risk-free experimentation for planning and adaptation of how to leverage digital twins. Kaustav, over to you.
Thank you. And hello, am I audible? Kind of hear my own echo. Hello. Yeah, please let me know if I can get started. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, DOT, for organizing this and inviting me for this session on digital twins. We have been at TCS. We've been working on digital twins for almost a decade, and we have a leading research program coming out of TCS Research, which focuses on digital twins. And since then, I take the outcome of that research, which is TCS TwinX, to the market. Again, thanks for this opportunity. What we would like to do for this particular session is run you through some of the basics, technology-focused basics. How do we build digital twins, and more importantly, this is an I actually have done a slideshow. Just give me a minute. Okay, is it up now? Okay, great. Give me a shout if you can see this. Okay. So, yeah, so we'll get started with a bit of, the problem that we try to solve. So there's a lot of data, across, and yet insights, as we say, kind of hides in shadow. So from TCS, we've been working across logistics networks, uh, customer journeys, user journeys, manufacturing supply chains, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I'm showing a video. Okay, can you see this data everywhere? Can you see the screen now? Okay, very good. So these are snippets of some of the industry problems that we are trying to solve with the digital twins. In the top left corner, if you see, this is the logistics network of the entire US, whereas the next one is more of a global supply chain for a manufacturer. The right is a logistics network for a UK postal network, and then we have telecom examples across the globe. Right? Twinex was incubated in telecoms, and then an inside map of a sorting terminal, and so on and so forth. Each of these have similar problems. There's a lot. We seldom know what to do with it, and how do we derive insights. And our research suggests that why this problem exists is because of this particular view. There is a lot of experience and intuition led decision making in the world today, and data driven decision making is really coming up, but not there yet, largely due to data quality issues, data gaps, and how do we translate our understanding of the world to a digital twin of sorts, which can accelerate this entire decision making process. So, where our methodology has come in is we do base digital twins on historical events, but also contextual knowledge. And we work with domain consultants across markets, across geographies to build these digital twins, which then become simulation and experimentation platforms. This is something we have been doing for the past 5 years across the globe. TwinX is very much an example of made in India. I myself hold a patent, and we have our engineering team in Chennai, incubation team in Kolkata, and research team in Pune. And that's the kind of effort that we have made, and this is currently used across 18 different enterprises across the globe. Now, how do we create these digital twins? When we look at a particular enterprise, we look at their customers, the business they are in, and the kind of products and services that they offer, the processes that they run, and finally the resources, the big assets and resources that they have. So if some of you are well versed with the history of digital twins, a lot of digital twin effort and research started in the resource digital twin side, where people started modeling, let's say spacecrafts or boilers or manufacturing plants and so on. At TCS and at TCS Research, what we started doing is we started connecting, more of human aspects, social aspects, process aspects, and then conceptual aspects like products. And today, based on all the contribution that has happened across the labs and industry forums that we have been able to present, the definition of digital twin is beyond only assets. So definition of digital twin has emerged to something that covers a system, covers a process, even social systems and humans and so on and so forth. So by that nature, digital twins are becoming more elastic in terms of definition, because they have to be true representations of reality, and reality doesn't have only machines, doesn't have only physics driven or chemistry driven systems. So that's how digital twins are growing. Now with TwinX, what we have been able to do is create these key entities, create conceptual models that connect these entities, design interplays between these entities, and once we really shape them up with data and with context, validate it that they're working as per how it works in the reality. The idea is to simulate multiple scenarios and then drive optimization through it. It's a very research driven exercise, quite mathematical in nature, but it has elements of social sciences. And we bring in the best of behavioral science, best of operational research, multiplicative decision making, simulations, and so on to really have an overarching play for digital twins. Now, a little more into the hood, how this really works is we look at reality as is, and this reality could be anything. This could be a country, it could be a city, and it could also be an enterprise. We instantiate the reality with domain and data, and which then gives us these twins. And then we do three things to extract value out of it. Number one, we just observe, the reality as is through digital twins. And one of the esteemed speakers was talking about, observing a plant in a remote location through digital twins. So yes, that's a very good use case of digital twins. The second good use case out of it is if you were to modify the time to the future without doing anything to the reality. So let's say I just change the time to a plus t hours. It could be 2 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, but not a very long period of time. So how would this reality change over a period of time, right? So that's more of the predict and preempt part with digital twins. How would the entire system and the connected entities behave, not one particular variable? So that's a much higher order use case than a traditional ML or AI model as such, because you're talking about hundreds and thousands of interconnected models that are really representing a complex reality or a system of systems, as we talk about. And then once you're able to do that, then like any other simulation exercise, you would like to change few things into the reality. So that really brings us to the realms of what if analysis, where we change few things in the reality to see how would things behave. And those could be in terms of ecosystem modeling, those could be in terms of perfecting a new service launch, citizen experiences, and so on and so forth. But then this is also a very cognitive load heavy exercise, because there can be infinite number of scenarios that you can really model through what ifs. What then needs to be done is you have a machine, have a intelligent agent that really runs all these scenarios and then measures it against the goals. And the goals for various entities can be very different. For an enterprise, it can be profitability and contribution to the society, but then for policymakers, it could be the citizen experiences and the impact of the outreach programs for every citizen and every segment of the society. And I'll talk about it a little more as we move forward. So then the intelligent agent has to have the ability to measure the outcome of each of these realities and then feed it back to the digital twins and then into the reality itself. So that typically kind of closes the loop, and this is a big advantage of using digital twins when you compare it to typical AI or ML solutions as such. So it gives you a lot more leverage. In terms of what does it mean for policymakers, enterprises, and citizens? And while there can be a wide range of use cases, we are looking at it from two different flanks. So first one is about planning and adaptation, and the second one is more around the operations optimization. So so new ecosystems that the government is planning to build new infrastructure that they're planning to invest. How do you maximize the reach? How do you maximize the ecosystem value? How do you build the sustainable win-win platforms for both the citizens and the enterprises, and the government as a key party to it? So planning and simulations become then key examples. The second one is once you have really launched an ecosystem, and I could take an example of, let's say, a national grid that we are working on, the Indian railway system, and so on and so forth. So how do you really come up with the right concepts that would fare well in the market, and how do you really do this concept to market simulations? So good thing is this is now tried and tested across the globe. Multiple enterprises are using TwinX to really do this concept to market simulations. And then while you are actually planning a services launch, right, what are those bottlenecks that you may face, and how do you plan and adapt better? So for example, Digi Yatra, fantastic service that the government has launched. How do you plan and adapt as you roll it out to all various nooks and corners across the airports and so on and so forth, or even beyond the airports? Let's say I was having a conversation with the DOT executive on this. And the other side, let's look at the operations optimization, things you already have in place. So for example, the fantastic infrastructure that you've already built, the national grids, the networks, logistics networks. How do you look at data that's already being generated from all of this, and really optimize towards the outcomes? It could be to maximize the experiences of citizens, or improve utilization of assets, allocation of resources, and so on. Right? How do you personalize services from for every other citizen? And here is where you can bring in the concept of citizen digital twins, etc. And finally, the various bodies that are really are carrying out allocation, resource allocation exercise, both at a process level, at a monetary level, and so on. How do you optimize this entire game so that the engagements are maximized, you improve the utilization levels in assets, and so on and so forth. So these are the two different flanks through which we try to take our offerings to the enterprises across, but we see that quite a bit of relevance to the kind of program DOT is trying to run here. Now, some of our more celebrated examples include new product launches for telcos. There's something that has been tried out in North America, in APAC. Now it's being tried out in Nordics. Pricing optimization for pharma distribution. This is again, quite an important example for us, and it's that's again a very good validation. And then campaign optimization for automobiles for every new launch. Each of these can be smaller use cases within the larger ecosystem that we are envisioning as part of the Sangam Digital Twin event. And I'm happy to have deeper conversations as and when we get there. The second one is around customer journeys, has a direct correlation to citizen experiences, as you understand, right? And here is where we're looking at retail experiences, telecom experiences. One of the more celebrated case studies that we did try to solve with digital twins is the SIM swap fraud in the South African geography. And that was a social menace back then, and with the right twinning of the tower infrastructure, with the deviation of customer behavior, and the collusion of agents that was in process, we were able to solve it to a large extent. One of our more successful case studies that has been celebrated quite a bit. And then in terms of the entire logistics and supply chain domain, postal services can benefit both from sorting, driving sorting optimization across post offices and sorting terminals, and also to really optimize the network. Again, India is a complex country. That's a very good use case as well. So we're trying to do the same thing for Nordics and for in the US as I talked about, right? So here the problem statements are around where do you build the next facility, where do you take off a facility because there is asymmetric demand, where do you change the routes, and and so on and so forth. And what's the more importantly, what's the implication now versus what's the implication, let's say, in a month's time, in 6 months' time, and so on and so forth. So you get a wide range of scenarios to play around with, so that every decision that you take is much more evidence based and grounded as such. Right? Again, a little more details as to how we are doing this entire distribution network. And we do model, and as we speak, we are modeling close to 1,500 plus buildings, a million trails, close to 20 million parcels every week, and so on and so forth. Right. So, this is where, and as I said, we are very much innovated within India. We take our innovation to the market, and again, very happy to speak to you on this. Beyond this, thesis research is also taking digital twins to the society. We have worked very closely with the Pune municipality during the pandemic era to really create the Pune City Digital Twin. It's one of our published examples where we have used digital twin to really suggest where to implement lockdowns versus where to not, and that was again a very fantastic case study as well. Beyond that, there are a number of other examples that are coming up. Thank you, and open to collaborations. And again, thank you, DOT, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Kaustav. I would request you to stay a little more time till we get over with all the presentations, so that the question and answer round has to be taken at the last. So I would request you to stay for some time. So thank you, Kaustav, for your insights on how data becomes very important for decision making, and how can we use it to implement for a risk-free business per se. Next, we have Rajiv Verma, who has also joined us online. So he's a cloud technical architect at Google Cloud. Rajiv Verma is a seasoned cloud technical architect with 20 plus years of experience in designing and deploying scalable cloud solutions across GCP, Google Cloud Platform, AWS, Azure. He has a proven track record in driving cloud migrations, optimizing cloud infrastructure, and implementing robust security protocols. He is adept to translating business needs into effective cloud architectures. So having so much of broad information and knowledge about the cloud architecture. So he'll be speaking to us on privacy enhancing technology, because as we talk about data integration, data sharing, privacy is one another topic that has to be pointed out. So he'll be talking about how privacy enhancing technologies can be used in digital twins.
Thank you very much, Rajiv Verma here. Am I audible? Is my screen visible? So I'm just clicking on upload manage presentation, right? This is the option for share an external video. Share external. I don't find the option. Select random user layout setting, upload and manage presentation. I think I don't have option to share my screen. Yes, I'll share. Give me 1 sec, please. I just shared on WhatsApp. If that works. How about now? Can you see my screen? Yes, yes, it's visible. Okay, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Please move to the next slide. So I'm here to uh, take an opportunity to introduce the alphabet, which is basically, uh, go to the next slide. We have multiple business vertical under alphabet, and most of those business verticals, go to the next slide, please. Most of those business verticals are something that most of us we use on day-to-day basis. For an example, if there is a Google search or map or maybe YouTube, Android, any Pixel kind of devices. So every citizens who are uh, using the digital uh, technology in these days know these all business verticals. So I'm just trying to correlate this how we can help digital twin to use most of the Google's products in order to make the digital twin initiatives more successful. In the next slides, we'll see that Google is not just the software organizations which is providing the thing, but it is one of the ISP as well, which transfer over, or you can say the carry out 40% of the world internet traffic across the world. We are connecting world over the dark fiber, and we have presence almost at everywhere. We are connected over thousands of edge locations. We have our own fiber, which is connecting entire world, and we are one of the ISP. We are not just internet company, but ISP as well, which help you to have the private connectivities with the higher bandwidths too. So this is a brief about the Google as in a nutshell. So how we can help digital twin in order to have Google technologies as an integrated part, which can help uh, uh, the initiative that DOT is driving. So go to the next slide, please. If we look at the digital twin at this moment, the most of the things are data driven, where we need more integrated and unified approach we, that provides us the more insight of the data. So we need to streamline that process at the large scale where we can design the face in such a manner that give us that integrations, plus it is helping us to enhance the privacy of the technologies as well. Because when we talk about the data, that means we need to take data from different parties. They may not be okay to share the data, but if we have to leverage the data for more meaningful input, we have to ensure that privacy is maintained. How we can leverage those data and what are the different kind of offerings that Google can help here to achieve those objectives. So in the right hand side, we are trying to map. When we are thinking about the data, that means you need data, you need different data sets, you need machine learning, stuff of that, so you can get the meaningful output of that data. For that, Google is pioneer in AI ML. For that, we can use most of the advanced Google models in order to leverage your data and build that insight of the data. Plus, Google has a lot of services such as Map, Earth Engines, Google Cloud at edge locations, public cloud. It can streamline and help digital twin to make the effective planning at every stage. In terms of securities, we follow zero trust architecture in terms of securities. That means we value for uh, data encapsulations. Plus, we understand that how to use data securely and how we can ensure that we are providing that level of architecture. In terms of edge, where the low latency and high throughput is required, we have various kind of options which we can offer as a solutions which can be deployed at various edge locations for local inferencing perspective. That will increase the efficiencies, decision making process, and we can provide various kind of business analytics tool to get the real time insight at that particular location itself. Google has a lot of machine learning models which are already trained. We allow them, or we allow you to take our base models, bring your own data, train that model, and make your own model as well. So that will help you to reduce the overall turnaround time for building those machine learning models. So in the next slide, we'll talk about how we can do this and make sure that digital twin is taking an advantage out of those technologies. Go to the next slide, please. So very high level, this is the architecture that can be used in the digital twin. In the left-hand side, you can see that these are the outcome of the citizens where we need healthcare, AI, VR, IoT, smart city, connectivities. For these kind of things, you need the country like India, which require geography. It's a huge country and so many peoples are there. So we cannot centralize everything at one place, and we cannot move that large scale of data to get the real insight. So what we must do is we should have a various kind of edge location, or maybe at the state level or district level or at the panchayat levels, where we can build this kind of model which can offer the low latencies while the data inferencing is happening at the edge locations and central is happening at the centralized level. So in the left hand side, we can see we have various kind of services, but this edge locations where we are going to supply hardware, software plus entire management stack that is fully loaded with AI ML, where you can use for vision, video, NLP, translations, or any kind of healthcare kind of services under this box. This box will have a lot of advantage. One thing is we don't rely on the data processing on any of the public cloud side, but it will have its local control plane inbuilt there, wherein we can leverage the services such as machine learning operations, where we will provide you the model, you bring your own model and start leveraging those and make the inferencing there. So this box will have out-of-box tools wherein you can leverage some of the telcos data for maybe the mobile numbers. Maybe you can use some of the cabs related data, who are traveling, from which city they are traveling, who are those people, and we can leverage those data in such a way that we are not crawling the data, but we are just federating using some of the APIs and encapsulating the data for the privacy perspective. Maybe smart city data or healthcare data or any other application which are available there, we can integrate those through the federated APIs within this box and use this data for machine learning and local inferencing perspective. In order to manage this box can be multifold, right? It can be state level, district level, or panchayat level. It can be 10, 100, or thousands of boxes available. In order to manage and orchestrate those boxes from the patching upgrade perspective, we will connect that back to the Google Cloud, from where we will manage those boxes as a standardized config policies and streamline the entire process. So that in nutshell, we can manage hundreds of thousands of boxes from central locations by sitting at a one place as a tenant admin. But from the DOT perspective, they can manage all the input or data, whichever they need as a centralized reporting systems to get the insight of the data that is being tracked, whether it is the telco or cabs or whatever data we merge and have that level of inferencing. Probably we may need the very small set of data at the centralized locations in order to make effective decision and a monitoring perspective. So by sitting at one place, you can manage the decision making process for respective state, district, or panchayat levels as well. Next slide, please. What this box is called, it's called GDC, Edge, Google Cloud Distributed Edge. Edge means we are going to keep this box at any edge location. That can be any telco data centers, it can be some customer data centers, or it can be any data center which requires some prereq of keeping the box there. This box will contain hardware, software, and management. So the moment you receive this box, the moment you power it on, it will have all the necessary things from the operating system to Kubernetes to networking to logging, monitoring. Everything will be inbuilt there. Next slide, please. Apart from the core thing, this box is not just only for storage and servers, but it will have very, very important things which are required at edge for the inferencing perspective at this moment, which is called machine learning. For example, we are saying it's Vertex AI in terms of Google Cloud. So we will have Vertex AI as an inbuilt capability under this box. That means in case you have any language barrier, for example, if someone is speaking at their own regional languages, and we can translate those at this box. We don't need to use any public API, but this box will have speech to text, text to text, text to speech kind of APIs inbuilt. We can have video intelligence wherein we can analyze any kind of videos to identify the objects. We'll provide you a workbench under this box wherein you can write your own models and train the data based on your own data. So this box will have a lot of AI ML ops features wherein those features can be used for the local inferencing perspective. The advantage of this box is marketplace. We are enabling third-party marketplace from this box as well. For example, we end up some services which is not available there. For example, Kafka or MongoDB or maybe Palo Alto or Fortinet kind of firewalls are required under this box. You can go ahead and subscribe from the marketplace and start using those things as a service model. Next slide, please. When we talk about design principle of this box, basically it is designed based on the open source technologies. That's a very, very important because we don't offer anything which is having vendor locking. Second, it is built for intelligence because it has inbuilt AI ML features. That means any kind of decision-making process that you need to make, you will get that level of inferencing GPUs available within that box. The important thing is consistent. This box has same capabilities, maturity levels that Google is offering on the public cloud side. So for an example, what does it mean? In case you are running any translation from one language to other languages, we will provide you the higher accuracy ever in this box plus the same capability on the public cloud side as well. That is a very, very important point. Plus, this box is designed for modern technologies such as microservice kind of architecture. It has inbuilt feature which enable hybrid kind of cloud connectivities as well. It has career grade and it's inbuilt as a secure in terms of end user securities plus inbuilt security, encryption, etc. Everything is secure, and we can make it more secure by bringing our custom kind of solution top of that as well. Next slide, please. In terms of monitoring, which I was referring, so this kind of monitoring, you can see left-hand side, this is the box, and this is just an outlook. You, by sitting at the center location, you can keep monitoring hundreds or thousands of the boxes about their health. Plus, we can generate a centralized reporting from the management and decision-making process as well. So in nutshell, we offer digital twin as a solutions wherein they can use Google GDC edge boxes, keeping those boxes at a separate location across the countries, and or wherever there is some event coming up, we can provide those boxes to keep there, have the machine learning at the local levels by bringing the telcos or cabs or some other data set together and build those machine learning and inferencing for the faster decision making and for the low latency perspective. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to present for Digital Twin today. In case any questions, I'm happy to take those.
Thank you, Rajiv. And
thank you very much.
So we move to our next presentation, who is offline, and Madam Anuradha. She's a lead architect from Smart City Research Center, IIIT Hyderabad itself. So she's from the home itself where this program has been hosted. A huge round of applause for Madam, please. So ma'am at IIIT Hyderabad Smart City Research Center, she presently serves as the lead architect. She has developed the campus into a smart city living lab that acts as a real world testbed for deploying, evaluating and creating smart city solutions. It is powered by one M2M interoperability layer IUDX platform in collaboration with ISC Bangalore with standard data and information models. She collaborated closely with Silicon Labs to establish India's first Wi-Fi Sun RF mesh deployment on the IIIT campus. Her expertise and passion are in embedded systems and generating complete viable solutions. So I would request everybody to give her a huge round of applause and the energy. Ma'am, over to you.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm in a tight spot, just holding all of you before lunch. But somehow it gives me some challenge also, making you awake and keep interested in my topic. So basically, I come from industry where I worked with, I always claim that I work with products which go underground, 1,000 meters below the ground. I was doing borewell monitoring systems with atomic energy. And I also was one of the contributors for the satellite payload, which is flying way high. So I have covered a lot of levels, but whenever I look at a thing, it is always good to look at ground level. What are the issues? Because always I keep on saying, you're blocking. So the thing is we plan a lot of things, and I liked Asit started the session saying that come together, stay together and work together. So that's a real nice wording, and what I find in a lot of situations is work together may happen. It's not only work and stay together. It should be consistent. It's not that in Telugu we have this word Arambha Suratam. We start everything in a big way and that impetus doesn't continue at all. And a lot of things fail because of such issues. Not to blame anyone, sorry. So, and one more thing I always say ground level is I start my session with a slogan one of the Queen, Mary Antoinette. A poor person comes to her and says, I don't have money. I don't even have money to buy a piece of bread. And she just says, why don't you buy a piece of cake? So we need to really understand the reality, where we are, what is the ground level, how do we take it to the next level. That is how the approach is. So before starting, my topic was trying to see blueprint to reality. Whatever we write in books, we speak, when you come to reality, there are multiple things which we need to understand. So with that intention, we have done a lot of things in the campus. So to go to that, initially I'll try to just go through what are the digital twins, to just give a brief, a lot of things people call a digital twin just a simulation or a visualization.
But digital twin adds lot of things, because you should be able to simulate the same scenario, and you should be able to recreate, and you should be able to actuate. So digital twin is not just a visualization or some simulations and we are done with it. It's a big word used in few letters. So there are a lot of things which need to be covered. And the smart cities, again, smart city definition, it started 5 years ago. It had a lot of definitions. And what I feel is smart city solution is like a solution defined in a smart way, not a high-end technology or some expensive technology. It is like, are you able to solve at least one person's problem? Are we able to do some benefit to the society? Then it is a smart solution. If not, okay, it's a high-end technology solution. That is what I define. And now combining this smart city, digital twin, it's a huge thing. So this is like a major dream come true. I think you are blocking. One thing, like one of the slogans I was looking at, digital twin, why? It is like lot of things are happening. Now like we are saying smart cities, hundreds of sensors, millions of sensors are deployed. And do we need that much infra to derive to a solution? Or do we need to add some more infra for the government or the advisory board? Like there are different levels of people. Like it can be the user, it can be the person who deploys, or it can be a person who operates, or the managing board who wants to decide how much money budget I should allocate for deploying this. So digital twin is like different levels, different requirements, different visualization, everything is required. That is what we need to take into account. So I think I should stand this way. Yeah. So basically, like what I'm saying is like I have this nice thing. So digital twin, like one of the Singapore city, when lot of people have heard Singapore city, the digital twin, like they try to create the whole city with a digital twin, and it should be like configurable. Like let us say I did a digital twin for this room, and if I want to go to other room, again it should not be a new thing, it should be a configurable thing. Then only we can say it's a sustainable solution. So, and when you look at it, there are like multiple components. When you consider the digital twin, it can be IoT, it can be sensor, it can be communication network, it can be the cloud, data sets, data models, and the new additions, analytics, AR, VR, lot of components is there. Like when we are building the digital twin, what all things need to be considered becomes really critical. So what I thought is like, when I say blueprint to visualization, we need to really do a case study to understand what are the things required. So some of the case studies, I was telling to one of the persons when I met in the tea time. So it's so sad that whenever we say smart cities or digital twin, we try to show Singapore, Hong Kong, none of the India cities come into the picture. So like we really need to have some case studies, understand the local problems, then only decide some solutions. So some of the case studies like New York has that, where traffic was managed. Singapore, the whole city is done. And Wisconsin, they are trying to, this is like another application where Meta person was talking, like where you can understand what are projects can be deployed, what are the requirements of different areas using the digital twin. It need not be the actual hardware or software implementation. It is like it can be used in a different perspective, like what is the money available here, what are the requirements here, how we can use the money here, and what are the actions we need to take. So multiple ways digital twin can be done. In that context, I would like to present one of the case studies as our living lab. When I talked about smart city living lab, like I would just want to say that like initially smart cities everyone was talking about, and then there were like a lot of ups and downs. A lot of people were saying smart cities, hundreds of smart cities are done, but like we are not, why are we not hearing about the good stories? But one thing we need to understand is like what is the standard required? What are the things required for a smart city? And I always say like last World Cup, everyone would have told Why didn't he hit the 6? We would have got the cup. Because all the earlier matches he was winning so nice. But the thing is, being at the ground level, understanding the problems, and then deciding whether how to win, what are the things required, it is a major requirement. So consider this is the whole campus, which we thought like we make it live. We have deployed more than 300 nodes in this campus, and we have different sensors, water, energy, street lights. Because like if we want to create a digital twin or create a solution, first we need to understand how they act, what are their behavior, then we can do any extra thing. So I'm trying to. So consider this, like we build the whole campus, we have all the nodes, considering water, energy, air quality, everything. And then we realize like once we have the sensor nodes, the next level would be the communication network. And what happened is like when we tried to deploy the nodes, the things we noticed is like initially we had the Wi-Fi or 4G network, and suddenly we were deploying nodes in the water tanks, and there was no connectivity there. What next? So that is the reason we say that all the networks, communication networks should work together. So basically we try to experiment with Wi-SUN, LoRaWAN, these networks also, so that we can have the last mile connectivity. With this we build the communication layer and the 1M, 2M layer, interoperable layer. So the 1M, 2M interoperable layer is one more thing where like let us say we are having multiple data, multiple different parameters, different frequencies. How do you ensure the data is properly streamlined and the output is not like some garbled data? So consider this, like we build the 1M, 2M interface, then we have a data warehouse, then we have the data visualization and the data exchange to exchange data to the concerned parties. So why I was referring the stack is like once you have a solution, this is the stack which you need, then you can decide. Vaibhav, you are blocking. So once we deploy, we know what all problems can occur, like what all things we can do. So these are the various nodes we deployed for various domains. So now when we are saying digital twin, let us say it may be different vendor, different. Earlier one of the speakers was showing the satellite-based solution. So satellite-based solution definitely would give us some values, but if you want to go study pattern, all those things, you need a specific deployment of the nodes. So we try to deploy all the multiple nodes, and we are trying to see, like, let us say how the nodes can reach to the more people. So one of the examples I always claim is the water quantity node. When you look at it, there are a lot of solutions where we try to use digital water meters. One thing is each pipe size need a new digital water meter, and the cost is different. And one more thing is we need to remove the existing node, and it is just a waste, and again you need to spend some money, which may not be feasible in the existing infra. Maybe newer communities, definitely if the people can spend that money, it can be used. So we try to do some retrofit solutions. All these things have been done. This is like some of the nodes and how they are connecting using the communication network. And this is the whole data flow which we have built. So we know, like if we want to do a digital twins for a smart city or some area, how the solutions can be incorporated. What are the requirements? What are the operational problems? And what are the things I need to take care in the digital twin? And we have multiple visualization. And one more thing, yesterday morning I was talking to Asit, and the thing is, the major problem in India is like, how do we motivate people? A lot of problems can be solved if people are more aware and can take some action, proactive action, and get those things. So these are the various visualization we have done. Like when you see, like we try to go one by one, so that how do we ensure people can capture the relevant information? And we can do the different analytics. And this is like one more, can you press it? So one more view where a person can walk through, it may be like micro initial part of the digital twin where it can walk through the campus, play around with the nodes, and so this is the whole trip. It is a game-like view where she can walk around, find the nodes, find the statistics. So this will give, like when I do it in the students will try to look what are the nodes, what are the parameters, how they vary, why are they used. So this awareness will make them think what they can do. That is one of the ways we try to do. So it can go up, walk through if someone didn't have a campus tour, they can have a campus tour right now. So where all the locations are covered, and as she walks, you can see small blobs coming up at the side, which are the nodes while she's passing by. So this is how, can you close it? And one more thing which we found is like where this digital twin should help is, how do you maintain, like you have millions of nodes deployed, how do you maintain them? So as of now, we built the whole framework where it tries to monitor all the nodes deploy and give the live states, and it also helps the user to find out what are the problems, how to attend them, and it gives the suggestions also, like this is how the problem is fixed, why don't you try it? So that the problem can be done without any external support. And considering this stack, we are working on the city operating platform, where we are trying to do is like now, let us say you want to build the next stage digital twin. Now each vendor has a different type. Each vendor has a different data model. The way they store is different. The way they represent is different. And like how do you ensure the whole thing, like you might have heard of integrated command control centers in the smart cities. So the problem they are facing now is multiple vendors are there, multiple solutions are there. How do we integrate it into a single solution so that I can see it on the integrated command control board without any issues? So we are proposing a city operating platform where a vendor can just configure his nodes in, and the end output of it can be directly connected to the analytics or the IUDX data exchange or anything. So they need not worry about whether they are using an interoperable platform or any standard data model or standard data set. Everything is taken care of this thing. And we are proposing the same platform for villages or cities. Anywhere it can be used. It's like one installation, you go install and configure in the nodes. And with this deployment, like recently we had the Bison launch also. We work with the corporates also, because like whatever we want to take it to the next level, to the cities, because we are from the academic institution. Whatever solutions we develop, we are trying to call it a live test bed, where corporates can test, startups can test, and smart cities can validate. So that it would be like a one-stop platform to connect all the stakeholders and ensure that smart city solution can reach in a standard format to the relevant users. Consider this, like recently we had the Bison Face launch, where like Silicon Labs was thinking of like they have deployed Bison, a RF mesh network in Europe and UK, and they said they want to make an entry in India. And they said, because it is a live test bed, why don't we do it here? That is how this whole campus is wide. And we got the 5G use case lab also, we are working on that. And we work with the Metro Water Supply Board on the digital twin. In this context, like I want to say, like what is the digital twin we initiated? So as we said, we initiated it in a ground level. We took the water quality network. So water quality, the problem is like, let us say drinking water, the quality is different. Domestic water, the quality to be considered is a different thing. So how do we ensure we measure the quality, and how do we decide where all we need to put the nodes to measure the quality to ensure that the drinking water or domestic water is going on the right way to the user? So what are the points? Like with that in our mind, what we thought is like, let us implement a digital twin. So what we did is we had a test setup. It's a small test setup where we put a water tank, and tank water is being supplied, and we try to induce some pollution by putting a salt tank, mud tank, all those things control using the solenoid. What we thought is, let us say take this simple network and try to see whether we can simulate the same node performance. So if you have a water node measuring the data, can you hold on? So let us say, water node, which is measuring the quality of the water at one point. So we have the different nodes here, right? Let us see, these are the water nodes. They are measuring the quality, and you have the solenoids to control the flow of the water. So what happens is, like, when the quality of water, let us say I am measuring the water quality and trying to create a data model, ML model, based on the, we collected data for a month and try to understand how it is varying with temperature, humidity, because creating a model to simulate and to mimic the exact version of the hardware module is a real challenge, and we try to create the model and we try to deploy. So we took this network, when you look at it, so we have the solenoids and we have the water nodes and we have salt and mud tank, so that it can add impurities to the water. And this simulation was done, and this is the actuation network where I can control the solenoids, where I can control the valves, everything can be controlled. I'll show you a small demo where, like, when you look at the network, it's like you have a node there which is a real hardware node which gives the following parameter, and this is another node which we kept, and we have the third node which all the parameters. Now, like, we can add a node anywhere. Let us say cursor is trying to add some node. So we can add a node which mimics like same like the hardware node, and when you try to control the solenoid, you can see how the parameters are controlled. So even we try to add now the salt tank or the, I think mud tank or salt tank, one of the tanks, which adds impurity. When you add the impurity, again you can see that the parameter soil container is added, and you can see when you see the TDS value has changed. Similarly, when you try to add the different things, and like you move the marker tries to denote where we are adding the new node. So we can move to the other location and again try the different combinations. We are able to simulate the whole thing, and we were able to show that we can generate or simulate, or we can create a digital twin for existing node for a given period of time. So next thing. So what I always say is, like, you may be having digital twin, lot of resources, lot of tools are available in the market, but one thing is, unless we know how to use it properly, if you don't make the right use of it, then there's no purpose. This is a simple example to show. And with this digital twin, there are like a lot of problems, like how do you ensure whatever data we are getting is accurate, and whatever data we collected and created the model is sufficient enough to recreate the whole functionality. And data security is one more thing. Let us say you create the whole digital twin of the city, and then it goes into it goes in the hands of a wrong person. How do you take care of it? How do you ensure that security is taken proper care? Because the thing is, like, data going into the right hand, the impact is different. Going into the wrong hand, it's like major. So similarly, interoperability challenges, like you need to integrate when you are trying to create a smart city digital twin. It's like water, air, energy, different types of data, communication data. How do you manage? And can we scale to a city level? And apart from that, are we complying to the regulatory? And you know that India is like a complex diversity. How do we attend? So these are some things which we really need to work on, and it's just the beginning, and we are trying to look into it. And as a way forward, as I said, like, it's like evaluation, continued innovation, knowledge sharing, and one more thing is, like, can we use generative AI to predict certain things, because predicting insights is very crucial. Like recently we were working with the power supply board, Bharat Yamuna Power Limited. For them, they need to know, apart from the statistics, they need to understand when will the transformer fail, so that they can take some preventive action. All these things can be done using those are the things that can be added to the digital twin. And what I always say is whatever solutions, technology we use, it should be in such a way that even the old man can relax in a safer world, peacefully. Yeah, these are my coordinates. And any questions or thank you.
Ma'am, I would request you to please stay on stage and so for a group photo and question answers as well. And also, I could see your team clicking photographs. I believe that your students are also present here. I would like to call them on stage so that they can have a photograph as well. Yeah, please, all those students who are working with ma'am, please. Till the time I sum up what ma'am said, we can have a photograph. So ma'am, actually, you've a holistic presentation it was. So you've worked for the people at ground and for the space as well. So from ground to space you have covered and only digital twin was left and you are working on that as well. So I don't think so anything is left for you, ma'am. Yeah. And you've mentioned about the graphical campus experience, about that girl we couldn't walk that fast. But yeah, one thing I noticed, she was wearing a mask. So you have taken care of the COVID protocols as well. So you also mentioned about the city IoT program, CTOP, where you could share that stack as well. And you in the start just mentioned that everything starts big, but sometimes doesn't end up like that. So with Sangam, at least we would, from DOT, would like to ensure that we've started it very big. We'll implement it bigger to achieve the biggest vision, which is of Viksit Bharat 2047, as our Honorable Prime Minister says. Yeah. So now I would like to call our previous speakers, Shri Srinivas and Mr. Ankit, to come on the stage as well. कोई नहीं, ब्लैक बैकग्राउंड में अच्छा आता है फोटो. These people can use Gen AI and also put Sangam background as well. And there was one quote in the slide, just at the bottom, like the second last slide. We are thinking just who is making, we are thinking only of making the bridge, but not thinking like who is crossing that bridge. There was one written at the bottom of the slides. So,
But we need to really understand who will be using the bridge. The other day, means a lot of applications I see. Other day I was taking my mother-in-law to cross the road. And there was like 30-second timer. And she was 76 years old. I was taking her across and go to the second side, the timer already expired. So it is always really required that we need to understand who are the users, how will they use it, will they cover all the users, or if not, you should put a disclaimer, it is limited to this many users, so that the other users don't cross the bridge and get into accidents. So just a thing which I liked. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So we'll try that. We'll also think of the ecosystem for whom Sangam will actually impact. So,
one more thing to add, telling the other person also. The thing is, lot of solutions which are being developed is based on data sets, American, Europe data sets, but we should understand that Indian data sets work for Indian solutions. So, and I was telling the other person also, you can't take, if you are in Hyderabad, old city data set to high-tech city data sets. Both are completely different. So when we are preparing a solution, we should really understand whom we are addressing and work on it. So just an idea.
Thank you. A huge round of applause for the entire team and for ma'am. Any question and answer? Answers to ma'am. Any question? Anybody has any questions? Sir, mic please.
Ma'am, in AP, Tirupati and Kakinada are identified as the smart cities. Like, I think you are involved in that. What is the stage of both the cities, and what are the challenging issues you have come across?
So, yeah, first
As a
thing,
brief.
yeah, I'm not involved in that smart city. The thing is, we are doing the living lab, but I have discussed with them as a part of interest. So, what I said is the problem is like some of the places, I don't know, it should be off the record or on the record, I don't know. The problem is like some people are thinking just I deployed 100 cameras, I solved the solution. And Kakinada recently water logging, all those things are there. I think even the main office was flooded with water because of these constructions, all those things. So the thing is, we need to really understand for Kakinada, what are the major problems, how do we initiate work in those areas, try to provide a solution so that first we'll try to cover a single milestone, then we go to the next milestone. But I think like I was talking to one of the Chennai CEOs, one of the smart city CEOs, what they said is, we know that there are some problems, but the thing is, it was the first time for us too. We tried to experiment. Now we are trying to see how we can use the deployed infra, deployed thing for the betterment. And recently, that is the reason we are having a discussion with Smart City Mission. So city operating platform. What they understood is like a lot of applications, lot of solutions have come up, and government is having real problem in understanding all the solutions, integrating all the solutions. So they approached us, and IISc Bangalore, together we are working on the city operating system. So what we say is, we will take care of the standard, data understanding, data model, information model. You work on your technology, like if you are making a sensor, you make it. You come to us, you can configure its parameters, and we'll ensure that you get a proper data for visualization or anything. If you want us to add visualization, we could add it. But it is available so that they need not worry like what type of platform I'm using, what type of standards I'm using. So they want to do a pilot run in Kalyan, Bombay. Then they were planning for the 200 tier 2 cities. That is the plan. So again, I'm just hoping whatever I said first will not happen, like starting in a big way, and hope we work together and stay together and get it happen. So that's the thing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
And you have, stated some example of high-tech cities or urban areas. But the real challenges there lies in the remote areas, in rural areas. So what is your perception in the development of rural areas and improving the citizens' living? And you were telling that living lab and all, no? So how can we emulate that to the development of the real,
village
areas,
scenario or rural? Yeah, so as
their challenges will be different.
Yes, totally. The thing is, when you consider rural area, now like here, we talk about energy optimization, carbon footprint in high-tech city. But rural area, we should understand we don't even have energy. So we can't say we'll try to give an energy solution there. So that's the reason, like when we talk about villages, our concern, we had recent talk with Mr. Robert, I don't get his full name, Robert Ravi. I had a discussion with him, and when Neeraj Mittal was here also, we were discussing. So villages, the first thing is agriculture. And a lot of thing happens is we visited one of the Kadapa farms or sometime just randomly, and they were saying like they are unable to predict when the rain will happen, and lot of mirchi crop, because of that mirchi farmers are suffering a lot. And they suddenly said there is an Insta reel by weatherman, it seems. They said they left all this weather monitoring and they are following that Insta reel, weatherman, which is giving accurate information. So if we can support agriculture wise, and a lot of things is in the night people go in the fields to turn on the bore water, which is always a hazardous. Lot of people through accident they die. Some of the simple things, those are like simple sensors, simple implementation. And like, can we put drones there? And street lighting. Minimum, how do we ensure that they get minimum street lighting, solar powered or something, so that they can commute? And education is one more thing which we are thinking, like when I gave a proposal for smart villages, these are the 4-5 areas: health, education, agriculture, and street lighting, and water quality. Yeah, deforestation, like a lot of prowling animals prowling, coming inside, and like, so those things. So these, like when you look at it, they're like simple solutions, IoT. It's only like an initiative, take a village, because when I had a discussion with the smart city CEO, some meeting, so I was saying, why did we aim for 100 cities? Let us aim for 5 cities, get that up, then use it, take it for the next 5 cities. But they had their own challenges, because like no one would have thought of 100 smart cities without thinking, right? So they had their own way of thinking. But at least villages, we can start with few villages, experiment, and if we can make, as I said, one person happy with our solution, at least we made one major step. Yeah, that's what I.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And with this, we end our session 1. And so we'll be proceeding for lunch, which is at first floor, alumni launch. And we have to return back by 2 because we have speakers from state government, Deloitte, Qualcomm, and T-Hubs waiting for an audience like you. So yeah, let's meet at 2 and let's proceed for lunch. Thank you so much for your time and patience.
A very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back after lunch. So, just a quick recap of what we had post lunch. We had sessions from Wash Innovation Hub. We had a talk from Meta, TCS TwinX, Google, and from IIIT Hyderabad. So, after these insightful talks, we are ready for the post lunch session. In the post-lunch session, we will be having various talks from the Telangana state government, from T-Hub, that is the Telangana hub of startup innovation, from Qualcomm, Deloitte, and from various startups like Neurom Innovations and Readypod Technologies. After these 8 sessions, we will be having a questionnaire round, because we all know that this is the final outreach program. So the last session will be a questionnaire round in which anybody can, we from DOT will be here on stage, and anybody can ask any question regarding the expression of interest or any other doubt you have regarding this initiative. Those will be addressed in the final concluding session for today. So I request you all to please be here till then, right? So we will be starting with our first talk after lunch. So the next speaker is Mr. Nitin Sharma from Qualcomm. Mr. Nitin Sharma will be talking about imagining infrastructure by leveraging 5G and AI. Nitin has got 26 plus years of software and wireless communication industry experience in the field of engineering management and intellectual property. He currently works on various intellectual property initiatives at Qualcomm India, Hyderabad. The key responsibilities include developing Indian patent prosecution strategy, 5G and AI/ML technology patent portfolio management, IP education, and driving initiatives around managing innovation in the organization. He works with R&D and engineering teams to identify and protect intellectual property, and has global experience in software development in various technical areas like e-commerce and wireless communication. So I invite upon stage Mr. Nitin Sharma for his talk.
Good afternoon. So thanks for inviting me today. Thank you, DOT. Thank you, IIIT Hyderabad. It's such a pleasure to be here again and again. IIIT Hyderabad, and I've been coming here for last few years for various things, and it's always a great learning experience to come here and participate in various initiatives and events. So thank you again. So we are living in an exciting world, right? Imagine a scenario, which is actually a reality, but let's see. You are driving on a highway, right? Your car breaks down. You call up the customer center, right? The service center. The service center guy pulls up on his screen a twin of your car, right? Because it's a term that we are using, but looks at the car, what's going on, and say, hey, there's a problem in the hydraulic system of your car. And in order to fix it, let me just download the software on your car. He does that. Within 30 minutes, you are up and running again on the highway. This is actually the reality. If you buy a Tesla today in US and you drive down in a highway and find a problem, this is exactly how they serve, right? And this is the power of digital twin that we are talking about. In a regular time, you will have to take your car to the center, right? You'll have to figure out an alternate day. Most likely the service center will not be available because you have not booked an appointment. So you'll have to come another day, and so on and so forth. It'll take long time, etc., right? But with this kind of a thing, right, you are now looking at a very different value proposition at every aspect of our life, right? Now, today, I'm sure Google and others know more about us than what we know about us. I'm sure all of you will agree, right? And why is that possible? Again, that's possible because everything about us is increasingly getting into the internet and the social domain, or the data about us is increasingly getting into the domain wherein people or tools and software like solutions can look at it and make a sense out of it, right? So what are the examples? Like Netflix knows more about your taste and interest and gives you suggestions about what you want to watch next. And most likely they are correct, isn't it? And so on and so forth. So many of these things are classic examples of how we are arriving at the digital twin concept, right? 10 years ago, 20 years ago, if you ask which of the companies are the biggest companies of the world, you will have ExxonMobil, right? Or, oil companies or, whatever, those kind of companies, right? 20 years later, today, if you see what are the 10 most important or most valuable companies of the world, none of those first 10 were there in this list now. Today, what are the companies? Apple, Google, Nvidia, whatever, right? All these companies. They're all reached there in such a short span of time because of the power of digital economy, right? Now, so far, if you look at what has happened in last approximately 10 years, right? We have been able to arrive at or monetize the value of economy in the range of about 25 trillion, right? So all these Googles, Netflix and all that, if you see, the economy that we have digitized or we have a, digital equivalent of ours is about 25 trillion. But there is a potential of another $75 trillion that's left, right? That's the part that all these things that we are talking about, digital twin and Industrial Revolution 4.0, 5.0, all of these that we are talking about will basically be related to all of that, right? So why is this all happening, right? What is making all of that possible? And the key thing is because there is a convergence of three things, right? The compute, connectivity, and the cloud part, right? The convergence of these three things is basically driving all that revolution, right? AI is not new. We all know that, right? 50 years ago, we had thought about all these things that we are thinking about today, right? AI is not new. I remember in my college days, we did a project in which we had a computer, supercomputer kind of a thing, trying to do certain, predictions and AI solutions. It's very old. It goes back to 1956 when the first time the term was coined, right? But what has changed now is, one, the compute has become pervasive. Do you all agree? I mean, my phone today is much more powerful than the first PC I used when I joined the first job, right? That was an era wherein, if I would get a 4 GB hard disk, right, we would be considering ourselves as the king and having the latest technology, right? But today, 4 GB RAM is also considered not enough, right? We are talking about 16 GB RAM at least or 8 GB RAM. Forget about the hard disk. So compute has become super cheap and pervasive. Connectivity is another thing. Today, connectivity has reached to every part of the world, right? Even you drive in the mountains and all, you will find signals there. If not cellular, it will be satellite. So connectivity has really become pervasive. Everything is getting connected, right? And the last part here, which we can look at, is the cloud part, which means everything, all the data that's being generated by all these devices which are out there is now getting assimilated there. So all these three put together has given the power to have the AI now being accessible in the large scale, right? And so everything that we are now talking about since the morning, if you'll see the underlying core part which is driving all this is these elements, right? So in this session, I thought since morning we are talking about the use cases, how we are going to talk about how do we achieve these digital twin applications, etc. I thought maybe in next 20 minutes we'll look at the fundamental aspect, the technical aspect of it, and then see how these building blocks are evolving so that when you look at your solutions and design it for next year, a year after next, you keep these technical evolutions also in mind and design your solutions, right? Why it's important? It's important because your applications that you want to think about digital twin, do not limit yourself with the current technical capabilities. Today, some of those things may not be possible, but your solutions should start looking at what value you are deriving for, right? And then look at what's available today. And if certain pieces are not available today, that doesn't mean that those solutions will not be available day after tomorrow, right? So looking at what's happening in the tech world or these building blocks will help you plan your use cases better, right? Because today, if you are starting to make something, then you are looking at 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the line value proposition, right? And the technology is moving very fast in that. So I thought maybe these 20 minutes we can take a get a glimpse of what's happening, and maybe that's useful. Okay. Algorithms or whatever computer algorithms to beat in the chess game, right? From there, we move to the era of cloud, right? And it has happened very fast in last decade. So we moved from that era of standalone PC to the era of cloud. Now this has given the scale, right? This has given scale to everyone, wherein all the data, etc., gets collected at the cloud, and from different sensors and devices. As we saw, the processing has improved, so a lot of devices are generating this data. They are all getting connected here and processed. So today, majority of the use cases that we are looking at, whether it's ChatGPT, whether it's Alexa, anything, whatever you're looking at, they are primarily based on cloud, right? But how many of you have seen the latest Samsung Ultra ad? Anyone? What does it talk about? AI is here, right? No one could imagine that AI could run on the phone, right? Until last year or whatever, right? Now, why it's important? It's important because the AI capabilities are now moving away from cloud to devices, right? Cloud offered powerful computing power, easy access to a lot of data for everyone, so which anyone wants to run a use case, that's available, and it was always scalable, right? But there are a lot of concerns, right? Now, if you are following the legal regulations along with the technical evolutions, you will see data privacy issues have come up, right? Right? That's a legal issue. That's a social issue, right? In the earlier session, ma'am talked about some of the challenges, right? Maybe there was not enough time to go deeper into it, but she mentioned about what if this solution goes into the hands of wrong people, right? How do you ensure security? How do you ensure that the data, which is a medical data being collected, is not getting into the wrong hands? How do you ensure that the water supply system that you have built using your digital twin is not hacked, correct? The data that's coming in from all. So all these issues are very, very important, right? So which is what is leading us to this next level of evolution, right? Here we are talking about today, wherein everything is cloud-centric. The problem there is your data from all the sensors that you are collecting has to go all the way up to cloud. Is your connection secured, right? Is the cloud secured? Is your connection secured? Is your device secured? And many other issues, right? So today, now we are starting to see, as we move away from cloud-centric to a partially distributed AI, wherein we are talking about some portion of AI being processed or data being processed on the device, right? And we'll probably look at it a little bit in the next slides. But what we are also going to see is a fully distributed AI, right? In which your data is not leaving your device, or your, the AI solutions that are part of the digital twin solutions are all distributed, right? This is not here today, but in next few years, we'll see these solutions emerging. So from a central cloud-based architecture to a very distributed AI architecture is where it's heading right now. Okay, so digital twin can be looked at it from multiple angles, right? you could look at, in a very basic way, we can look at collecting data, building a model of something, right? It could be, let's say, a car, it could be a water distribution system, traffic system, whole city. Depending on how many systems you combine, your system becomes larger and complex, right? But essentially, first thing is you have data, you model it to represent something in the physical world, right? And then you try to play around with that model to make some understanding, learnings. For example, one of the examples shared by Sir was, okay, if there is if you model the traffic system and you have a city traffic system modeled in the digital twin form, you could add a bridge and see how traffic flows. Great example, right? So that's the first level thing. The next level thing could also be about reasoning and action, right? Your nodes, your system in the digital twin can actually act based on what it has learned. So you have a physical system, you have a digital twin, they are connected, right? Your data gets sent to digital twin, it processes the data, it realizes that something needs to be corrected, sends the command back to the physical thing, and that gets corrected and it operates, right? So it's a next level of things. So you need basically these three things. Perception, which means the data which it's collecting from the real world has to perceive, reason it out, and take an action, right? So that's a very evolved version of the digital twin that we can look at. And for that, the cloud-based architecture is not sufficient, right? Because in order for such a thing to happen, all your data has to travel to cloud in a secured way, right? And in a efficient way, which means in certain cases there is no room for delay, right? Suppose your water system is there's a leakage. Suddenly you have to put a emergency stop in place. If there's a delay, what happens, right? You can't expect that a delay in that solution. So efficiency, security, a lot of those issues require you to have processing done at the edge, right? Where your digital twin sensors are located, right? So all these reasons basically requires you to have more power efficiency at the edge. Your device learning has to happen, and the learning has to happen efficiently at the edge, right? And that's where in your digital twin solutions, as we evolve, you will expect that the connectivity, today it's 5G, tomorrow it could be something else, right? But 5G and your AI, they will be the fundamental blocks for the digital twin, and they will go hand in hand together, right? Because in certain use cases, you will need efficient connectivity, you will need secure connectivity, and you will need, at the device side, you will need a lot of processing, efficient processing, etc. So as you move forward, your sensors, your edge elements that are there in the digital twin, whether it's smart cities, whether it's industrial IoT, no matter what are you talking about. If I'm a company, I may be talking about creating a digital twin for my factory, right? If I'm a government body, I may, let's say water department, I may want a digital twin for my water supply, etc., and so on and so forth. At a larger level, all these multiple models like electricity distribution model or digital twin, water digital twin, all can combine into a larger, bigger smart city, right? And they can all connect. So the more you start with the smaller building blocks, you start integrating these and go bigger. And as you go bigger and bigger, some of these challenges will be there in terms of security, etc. And you might need all these technical building blocks. Okay, a quick word on this. I think we already talked about central edge cloud and device. On a technical point of view, I just wanted to say that in order, you will have central cloud, it will not go away, but you will also have edge AI processing, and you may also have an edge cloud to give you ultra reliable, low latency use cases, right? For example, tomorrow we are talking about autonomous driving. You might need these kind of systems, right? Wherein your latency between your car and your system is very low, right? And things like that. So So this is the kind of structure we are evolving, and hence we need to be keeping that kind of structure in mind when we are building our solutions, because it can go obsolete very quickly if we don't have that in mind. Okay, looks like that's the timer. So quickly looking at this, digital twin of a factory, it basically shows how different pieces are working together in terms of different edge elements and all that. So you have here a robot which is connected wirelessly. You have sensors, you have computer vision, you have head-mounted display, terminals, etc. They're all working together, and basically in an automated way, there is a central server here, which is basically doing all this piece together, which has the digital twin sitting here. But there are both perceptions, action, etc. happening at the edge also. Okay, I'll skip this example, but this is another example of a store wherein somebody walks in with a headroom display, and basically it has, I think it's similar to the example that ma'am gave earlier, but it is in terms of a store, right? So I think we are out of time, but this just shows how the solution works. And in any solution that we are talking about, wherein augmented reality, etc., you might need solutions which has a very fast connectivity, etc. I think we are talking about delays in Wi-Fi network, right? If you have an XR handset, just I'll take another moment, but let's say if you have a XR headset here, right? This needs a lot of processing because it is capturing 360-degree videos, right? Now, in an ideal scenario, you will have an edge cloud. You will have a edge device here. This is capturing video. The moment you turn your head, it needs faster processing. So basically, this guy will send on a very efficient, low latency 5G network data to the edge cloud. It will quickly process the next frame and give it back to this guy. If you don't do these kind of quick processing, you may not have the ideal edge use cases, XR use cases, right? Because of the, you will have the headaches and all that because your perception is not real world perception. So this is just to give you an idea about how your digital twins, when they interact with the physical world, what kind of connectivity you might need, what kind of processing you might need, and what are the challenges that you might need in terms of security and all of that, right? So with that, I'll probably stop here because I think it's time, right? So I'll stop here and maybe we'll take the questions later. Okay, thank you. Hope this was useful. I did rush through, but hope it was making sense.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nitin. As you've rightly told that the AI is here and how it can help in digital twins. So after your insightful talk, we move on to the next speaker. Next we have with us Wing Commander Anthony Anish. Wing Commander Anthony Anish is the Chief Operating Officer in T-Hub. Sir is the founding member of MyGate and has been a TEDx speaker, a Kargil veteran Indian Air Force helicopter pilot, instructor and DRDO project director who has pivoted to being an entrepreneur and helped start and build 2 million multi-dollar companies. Currently, he is heading operations at the world's largest innovation campus and startup incubator, that is T-Hub, that is Telangana Hub. So I welcome Sir for his talk.
Thanks a lot, Kumud. I'll probably stick right up to the topic. The role of incubators in digital innovation, right? The half-life of technology is 8 months today. What does it mean? In 8 months, whatever you develop is going to be half as relevant. In 16 months, 1/4 as relevant. And in 2 years, you're out of the game. Okay? How many guys know Instagram? We all? Yeah. It started as a social media platform. It moved to an influencer media platform. Right now it's a direct selling platform. We don't even know what Threads does. Right? So that is the pace at which digital technology is moving today. And you take any sector, I think the redundancy is going to be the same. So how do you keep pace with that? Today, anybody who is working in battery management system, anybody who is working in EVs realizes that every 3 months there is a abridged form of a battery management system which is coming out. So just think about that electrical and electronic engineer, final year join किया, बाहर आने से पहले 3 बार BMS बदल गया. Right? So I think the only answer to combat that is innovation. Right? If you're not innovating as fast enough, then you are going to be redundant faster than you can imagine. So we had the industrial revolution, which was very, very physical. Right? Cut a few decades, you had the IT revolution. Cut a few years, you have innovation revolution. So I think the next revolution which is happening right now is the innovation revolution. Our ability to move from an invention mindset to an innovation mindset. What do I mean by that? Right? If you look at the ecosystem outside, right, you can put, there are approximately 25 let's assume these horizontal technologies. AI, ML, neural networking, AR, VR, IoT, 5G, 6G, and all of that, right? Digital twins and all of that stuff, right? Now, every product that gets built out is in a particular sector at an intersection point of one or more technologies, right? Now, isme throw in the mix of business models, B2B, B2C, B2B2C, B2B2G, and so on and so forth. The permutation, all of us triple IT में आए हैं, तो सबका 99.9% से ज़्यादा है. Work out the permutation or combinations that exist there. It is not possible for anybody to be able to predict what is going to happen where. Right? So that is the kind of complexity in the ecosystem that we stay. So whatever we innovate today cannot be limited to one technology or cannot be limited to one sector. Right? All of them are going to be a combination of multiple technologies. We heard the previous speaker speak. He didn't talk about digital twins. He talked about what is the combinations that are going to come out. Is it going to be a combination of edge computing? If so, then what are the specifications on that? Is it going to be a combination of edge and cloud? Edge, cloud, AI? I think all of them have to be looked together in conjunction to be able to come out with the next generation of solutions. Right? If you're not looking at that aspect, then you are going to fail miserably. How do startups work out then? Right? I think T-Hub has the vision of being the global gold standard for innovation and entrepreneurship. All of us know the next decade, decade and a half, 2 decades belongs to India. The wheels are in motion. The elephant has started moving like a cheetah now. Right? But that can be built only on the back of innovation and entrepreneurship. The ability to think new and the ability to build a business around it. No point of having an invention or an innovation and sitting at home with it. If you're not able to build a business around it, it's not going to see the light of day. I think that is where we have to transit, and that is where incubators start coming in and playing a very big role. Let us take the use case of digital innovation itself. Right? There is so much happening there, both for public good and for private use cases. Right? If you are a startup who are making out something in digital innovation, right, I think you need an ecosystem to be able to build out a successful startup. Anybody can help me with how many number of startups are registered today? Except you, Prithvi. There are approximately 1,20,000 startups who are registered today. Right? DPIIT site में जाके देख लो, serial number नया register करोगे तो 1,20,001 आएगा आपका approximately. Right? How many of them have raised a round of funding, institutional funding? I'm assuming that raising a round of institutional funding is one metric for success. Right? क्योंकि कोई और आपके idea पे और आपके product पे पैसे डाल रहा है, and in return is getting a piece of paper. If your startup doesn't work out, it is not worth even the cost of the paper that is written on. कोरा कागज ₹1 का मिलता है ना, यूज कागज मिर्ची बज्जी रैप करते हैं उसमें. 7,200 startups have raised a round of institutional funding, approximately, give or take, plus minus. That's less than 6.9%. That is the probability of success that an entrepreneur is looking at when he's starting out. And hence, he needs, like a newborn baby which is in trouble, which needs an incubator, he needs an incubator to support him with everything that is required to help him become more successful. What are those elements? मेरे पास एक बहुत अच्छा आइडिया है, डॉक्टर है ना, तो उसको बोला ये डिवाइस बनाएगा तो विल हेल्प इन पब्लिक गुड, बट ही इज एन MBBS डॉक्टर हु नेवर बिल्ट अ प्रोडक्ट इन हिज लाइफ, राइट? MBBS पढ़ लिया, प्रोडक्ट कभी बनाया नहीं. यू नीड टू बिल्ड आउट अ प्रोडक्ट. आई हैव बिल्ट अ प्रोडक्ट, आई हैव नेवर सोल्ड इट इन माई लाइफ, राइट? नाउ यू हेल्प सेट योर बिजनेस मॉडल. आई हैव सोल्ड अ प्रोडक्ट, आई हैव नेवर रेज्ड मनी इन माई लाइफ. And this journey goes on till he becomes an entrepreneur. So the first thing that you require is what to do next. I think that is where partners like Hexagon come in for us, right? We are running accelerator programs with them. So one of their themes that they're running is a digital twin, which means how can we help pick out the best startups that are out there who are working in digital twin, run them to a 3-month program. Technical support, technology support is provided by the partner, right? Business incubation support is provided by the incubators. So we're getting the best in the industry out there who are working out on digital twins, best in the incubator system out there who are telling them how to build a business model out of there. So both innovation and entrepreneurship. I think that is the first piece that needs to get solved, which is what to do next. Right? The second piece that needs to get done is product bana diya maine, right? I have gone through with a great partner to be able to build out a product. But how do I take it to the market? Right? Unless my product gets sold, I'm not going to be making a sustainable, I'm not going to increase that employment index of us. Right? How to take it to the market? There are a lot of opportunities to take out to the market. One is our corporate partners itself help us greatly in taking those to the market. Right? How can I pick out the best use cases that are there in the corporate, accumulate them, and give these startups access to those use cases? Right? I think digital twin is really a technology of the future. I think there's going to be bringing a lot of optimization that is going to happen when it gets fully deployed at scale commercially, right? But till then, I think a lot of those digital twins are in the early stage of adoption right now. And by virtue of being in the early stage of adoption, there is a lot of support that is required both at the governmental level, at the institutional level, from the corporates and from incubators to be able to tell them what to happen, what to do next. The next piece is how do they get funding, right? For everything, the whole thing is that bhaiya sabse bada rupaiya, right? So you need to have adequate sources of funding to be able to help these startups out in their journey. So there is a lot of VCs which are there who are looking out these advanced technologies, but the difficult problem to solve is how do I engage the right VCs looking for digital twins with the right startups who are working on digital twins, right? Because without that vitamin M, I think the journey is going to be far more difficult than the otherwise, right? I'll leave you with one last thought, that lack of innovation is like inflation. It will kill you and you will not even realize it. You will not even realize the rate at which your degradation is going to happen. Right? So I wish all the startups, all the entrepreneurs who are working in and around the digital ecosystem a very best of luck, and thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we have some questions, sir? Yeah. So if there is any question from the audience. So I think there's no question. Thank you. Thank you. So, sir has rightly told the importance of innovation and how the evolving technology. A talk from Mr. Rajesh Dhyani, who is the Executive Director and Head of Geosystems in Hexagon. Rajesh is a technology veteran of 27 years with an experience spanning disciplines such as software development, user experience, digital reality, and much more. He's worked in domains like BFSI, ITES, AEC, and geospatial, to name a few. In his current role, he leads Hexagon R&D India's geosystems and mining divisions, and is actively pushing the boundaries of innovation specific to creation of digital reality and its use in smart cities. So I invite upon stage Mr. Rajesh Dhyani for his talk. Please give a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So let me start by a little introduction of Hexagon. If you haven't heard this name, I don't see many old timers, but I guess some of you might have heard of Intergraph. Maybe, yeah. So Hexagon R&D India has the distinction of being the first IT company to set up its development center in Hyderabad some 37 years ago. And so we've carried that legacy, with the acquisition from Hexagon. And so ever since we have been actively pursuing excellence in various aspects of the business that Hexagon is in. And Hexagon at a global level is a market leader in digital reality solutions that makes use of sensors, software, and autonomous solutions. And currently our focus areas include promoting, making best use of autonomous solutions to ensure sustainability of every kind, and so sustainability, as soon as we talk about sustainability, smart cities, the concept of smart cities becomes very relevant. But today's talk is a bit, slightly different. I thought, I'll bring some interesting story to share with you. Rather than telling you, let me show you what we did recently. This was an exciting project that we did in partnership with the government of Telangana. And what we came up with was that, we could probably do a quick proof of concept. And this proof of concept involved creating a quick digital reality or a digital twin of the Qutub Shahi tombs, which are right next to the Golconda forts. And so we started this project in October of last year. We put together a bunch of part-timers from our R&D teams. And we went ahead and took our pieces of equipment, and we parked ourselves in the Qutub Shahi premises for 3 days. And I'll be showing you some of those slides where you can see the final product, how it came out. And in February, we were able to kind of dedicate the finished product, the data, to the government of Telangana. I think it got some publicity, in the local press as well. So to us, this was an exercise to kind of not only prove it to ourselves, if the end-to-end journey that one can take in terms of creating digital reality depictions. So before that, I'll also let me also make a distinction between my understanding of the broad categories of digital twins that there are in the market. So to me, there are two kinds of digital twins. One is a semantic digital twin, and one is a real digital twin. So the semantic one is where you have different nodes of information, and these nodes are connected with certain networks or data flows, and through that you get a depiction of reality of the actual system that we are trying to replicate. And through that, there are actionable outcomes which come out of that system. The real digital twin extends it. It involves much more richer visualization, and closer to reality of depiction. And I think that's where I thought this distinction was important to make, because Hexagon is active in that area. So most of our solutions are in the real digital twin arena, and you will see the kind of outcome that we were able to get out of this. Can we have the next slide, please? Oh, the clicker is there. Okay, yeah, I'll try. So this story has a few characters in it, and so these are the kind of devices that I was talking about, and the key thing to know here is that, these are market leaders in their own right, with amazing level of precision and speed to get the desired output. So we, as the previous speaker said, that only one approach will not work. We know this already. We have these, a set of, when we got into this project, we clearly understood that, we had to use more than one approach to get the desired results that we were looking at. So what we did was, employed these set of devices. So just in the interest of time, I'll quickly kind of go to the main gist of this. So on the top right, you see BLK 360, which is our one of our very well-known device, which is stationary, which has it's very accurate, lightweight. You can move it around. The second one is BLK to go, which one can carry, and this is loaded with SLAM technology, Grand SLAM technology, so it orients while you kind of take the scans. All of these are LiDAR scans, by the way. The third one is mounted on our UAV, so you can take aerial scans. And the last one is a workhorse called RTC 360, which is by far the most accurate amongst these ones and the most reliable in terms of getting the output. And so the way we kind of took these multiple outputs, stitched them together, and created this, the first, thing that we did was, this was the kind of output we got from all these pieces of equipment. Over 10.7 billion points, data points were kind of collected from that site. And we used not only several pieces of devices, but also several pieces of software to kind of get the right kind of orientation, making sure the right kind of meshes were aligned. And then this was the kind of layout that we had to kind of worry about, just to kind of give you a sense of the scale. And then we ended up with this. This is an actual depiction, the digital outcome, the 3D outcome from that point of view. And as you can see, you can the advantage of this, this way of visualizing this reality is that you not only have access to the outside, the internals, you can go where no one can imagine to go. So that's the beauty of 3D, output that you can get out of this kind of an operation. Not only that, we were able to, using our geotagging features, and so this geotagging happens while you're generating the 3D, while you're capturing the reality, right there on the spot. And so using that, we were able to use, overlay this on the actual, geotagged data. The actual GIS mapping was used to kind of put it in its right surroundings. So you can see that, this kind of approach can help you extend the scope of what your digital twin can, or at least the digital reality capture can do. We'll talk about digital twin later, but at least this is the part where we excel. And the next thing that you see is a sort of a, we did this in a quest. The video on the right that you see is a screen grab from a Quest 2 equipment we have. So this can give you a first-person immersive view of things. So again, a composite of all those technologies and tools was able to help us get this data, which was interoperable. We could easily import it into Unity, and from there we could create the solution. So some of the key things here to note is precision. We are talking about precision. Now, why precision? So in some cases, not in all cases, precision might be important, but in some cases it might be a very, quite important. And so there, as a default, those are the kind of solutions that we provide. Flying scanners, obviously, We've had solutions where you have UAVs, where you have photogrammetry, but then photogrammetry doesn't give you the level of depth and confidence in the data which LiDAR can bring. Lot of these devices and softwares work on single touch principle. You just, it's very easy to kind of work, convert something or, take a snap of something. So and so someone was talking about, make it user friendly or non-IT people can work on it. So even if we are talking about people with certain level of familiarity with this domain, but there also we are talking about the bottom rung of people who need not be experts. They can simply work on single touch basis. And this is sort of, on the boundary edge of this is where the digital twin flavors comes out. What you see is a videograph from one of our tools cloud-based tools called HXDR, in which you can measure. So these measurements are centimeter level accurate, and they depict the reality to that level of precision. So just imagine, and if you transpose these kind of parameters to smart city kind of scenarios, just imagine the kind of accuracy you would have in working with those kind of, parameters. The next one is, again, this is visualization, but again, imagine this being used by decision makers, by planners, where they can have a peek inside, your 3D model, chop it, and view it from all angles possible. And it's happening on the cloud. And the beautiful thing is that, you don't need the computing power on your laptop. It's all happening there on our servers. And this one is the third feature is actually a visualization. Basically, you can do some flybys and fly-arounds and so on. It doesn't stop at that. You can do a lot of simulations. So this is a light simulation that we did as a POC. It shows the time of the day and the month on top. So summer versus winter. Here again, this can be used in city planning or we can use our imagination, wherever we can use these kind of scenarios, right? And this one is interesting. We also did a wind flow simulation using the same mesh, same data set, which basically gives you, although it might look weird, using this kind of simulation on a tomb built in 1600s, but that was not the point. We were trying to kind of basically illustrate the use of these kind of simulations in many fields, when you're trying to plan city blocks, when you're trying to manage pandemics, where wind flow patterns are important, and so on and so forth. And so that was the history part, now to the future part, or the present part. And so here we are talking about, our platforms. You just saw those people getting vanished. People, the cars vanished. In a moment we'll see the cars vanish. The roads getting better. Now, what is this? When we do the scanning, there are a lot of anomalies which come in the data set. And so we have a lot of these AI-based filtering systems, a lot of AI-based classification. So it automatically knows where to find people, eliminate them from the mesh, so that the workflows, for the people who are working on these digital data sets become very, very easy. So, and again, at a single click. And here we are, this is a cityscape of Manhattan, and you'll see many other cities. And what we are doing here again is it's a mix of various, the photogrammetry, as I said. So in photogrammetry, what usually happens is you mount a camera on top of a plane, or for this scale, you definitely need a plane, which goes around, in a certain set pattern, and then captures takes pictures, and then those pictures are taken using certain cameras at a certain angle, and that gives you depth perception. And that's how this 3D is built. However, that is not, it has its own limitations in the sense that, it cannot penetrate tree canopies, for example. So street level depiction of reality becomes a challenge. And so for that, we have City Mapper, which is, a hybrid solution, which has not only the photogrammetric features, but also the LiDAR features, which can penetrate tree canopies, can go down to the street level. And, we call this a smart digital reality because, it's smart, you can kind of start anywhere and go down to whatever level of detail you want. Yeah, from the helicopter view down to the street view, just see the transition, how easily it can be achieved. Not only that, so this was like, mapping what is built, what is as built, or as it exists in reality. We can also predict, we can also imagine things which don't exist. And that is the beauty of these 3D models, right? 3D, this digital reality. So this building, the shining building in this model that you see doesn't exist. This is something which is being planned. And it has been so seamlessly blended into this 3D environment, this digital reality, that it's very easy for any city planner or an architect or whomsoever is interested in this kind of a building to visualize it as it happens, right there in the front of their eyes. Not only that, if you want to know the oxygen level being generated from a tree, how do you do that? So for that, what we do is, we have our LiDAR scanning technologies help us get volumetric data. And that volumetric data, then, if you have certain set parameters against those kind of, numbers, then you can predict, okay, this kind of volume of a tree canopy can produce this much kg of oxygen per year. And this again is like, to plan heat exchange in a city setting. Again, useful in pandemics, during, pandemics where the airflow is, where people can be moved and so on and so forth, or any other natural disasters, or even aesthetic city planning. So this graphic kind of summarizes our approach towards, this whole digital twin story. At the beginning of today's proceedings, it was mentioned that, the biggest problem we have is that we don't have a feedback loop, or is it like inadequate in some places. And that's what Hexagon is trying to kind of, solve, in our own area. And on the left, you see the reality as it exists. And we try to capture that using our devices that I talked about. You start there and then you kind of capture and transfer. So we have tools and technologies to help us do that seamlessly, with great degree of confidence, with great degree of accuracy. From there, you visualize and analyze. There are tools and technologies which help us do this. And then if we are able to, and then how do you leverage the data? How do you kind of overlay those data layers which actually make the digital twin worthwhile? And to do that, we have different approaches. We have an intelligence engine, which works on reality capture data sets, raw data that is coming out of those devices, convert them into 3D models, connect to persistent data sets. Again, we provide that ecosystem which helps us do that in one place. Enrich it with real-time data sets, two-way integration and interaction. So it's not just that you've created a virtual, digital twin, the story ends there. It has to be meaningful, it has to be actionable. And so that's where this feedback loop starts. And so we have solutions which basically help us do that. And not just that, there are autonomous, the examples that I showed you, where things were vanishing because the AI algorithm was kind of identifying things to eliminate from that mesh. That was just one example of how autonomous decision-making happens. And so from there, you define actions. And then, of course, when you are ready, then you can do things like a road has to be repaired, a new bridge has to be built, something has to be corrected, or something has to be maintained the way it's planned, and so on and so forth. So that, in a nutshell, is our approach, using which we kind of manage our digital reality workflows and our approach. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you please be on stage? We will have a group photo of the speakers. So I would like to call Mr. Nitin. Also, if anybody from the audience has any question from Qualcomm and Hexagon, the floor is open for questions. Yeah, there's a question there. Can you give the mic, please?
Interoperable in that sense. Yeah. For me or for him? Hexagon or? Okay. Yeah.
It's green. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay, this is too loud. Yep. Thanks. That was a wonderful depiction of your work, Rajesh. Really appreciate it.
Thank
so
you.
I come from data centers, right? And for us, the infrastructure is sophisticated, as you can imagine. It is beyond our imagination. So I do understand that we typically get the CAD files and we convert it into digital twins. Ideally, that's how the world works. But you have actually opened up a new horizon by all these latest technologies. Good that we got to know about it. Now the big question what I have is, how about the field equipment integration? Do you also do the field equipment integration, for example, PAHU or energy, the equipment that you have, the diesel generators, power distribution units, the chiller plants, right? So do you also do the animation that is inclusive of this package, or how do you do it?
Yes, we do have other, there were so many other, solutions which were difficult to be mentioned here for the interest because of the time constraints and all. But yes, we do have, a lot of these solutions. One such solution is Luciad, which can kind of take the base 3D, and this 3D can come from, as you said, CAD files, or it can be point cloud data converted into mesh. So all these kind of setups. And then you can, apply different layers to it, import other data sets and apply them on top of that base data set. And at a lower level, you can also have GIS data set. So yes, all that is possible theoretically. I think, we have other, by the way, I have a few of my Hexagon colleagues. Could you raise your hands? You can grab hold of them if, yeah. So we have Hexagon colleagues who can, catch hold of during the break.
I will.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the answer is yes. We do have those solutions.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
There's one more question at the back.
Hi, sir.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah. So first
For
I
me?
have sorry?
For Hexagon, right?
Yeah, I had questions for both as well. So coming to the Hexagon, so if we are talking about the virtual modeling, about the building, as you said, we could integrate it. So is it kind of user-friendly, like can I experiment of different sort of things? If we talk about the trees data, about the oxygen, so if I multiply the trees over the visualization, can I get any sort of analytics out of it? What is going to be the effect on the city as well? These kind of analytics, can I get it?
Yes, yes. So we have a few POCs, I think, in terms of, and I'll be very transparent about it, in terms of real implementations, we haven't kind of reached that level where we can say that, we have done it, widely. And that's why we are looking for these kind of collaborations. If any such possibility presents itself, we'll probably grab it. But the answer is yes, we do have that capability where you can, this idea is exactly that you want to kind of have a swath of land with, let's say, 1,000 trees. And if you're able to get the canopy volume of that tree, and then it's a matter of simple maths, right? So, I think you can do that.
So all the data collecting is of like only using the camera view data, or else is it related to you deploy any sort of sensors within the trees and collect some accumulated data?
No, so yeah, we can't say that, it would be like 100% or, true of that, but for scalable kind of assessment of such kind of scenarios, I think, this is the best fit. And the way we do that is we don't use sensors. We use LiDAR and photogrammetry, a mix of these two approaches to kind of get the, just to kind of give you a feel of this, for example, in mining, we also have similar kind of solutions where they have a pile of coal, let's say, and so which is just kept on the ground. And it's very difficult for someone to lift that up and put it on trucks and weigh it, right? So you want to get the weight of that, and in some cases, you also want to know the grade of it. So there, what we do is, we use these LiDAR and photogrammetric scanning approaches, along with some other AI-driven, solutions, algorithms, which also not only give you the volume, the weightage, the tonnage, but also in some cases the grade of that coal. What kind of grade is that? So these kind of things are possible, quite possible. The tree is the latest one, which was exciting, so I showed it to you today.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you for answering. And for questions to the Qualcomm, sir, we had discussed about the building up the model and how the models can be built for the digital twin. But if I came up to the scratch level, what are the fundamental blocks that I can have in building a data model for digital twin from scratch? If I starting with the data, the only thing I had is data. So what can be the fundamental blocks that I can go on for building a basic data model, or else some AI or ML model for building? And what are the parameters do we need to consider in the terms of building the model?
So I'm assuming you are looking at building a solution that uses that data and then do something about it, right? So I think
working on the water model.
So I think, so there are multiple ways of looking at it, right? One is, easiest way is you have a data, you have a problem at hand, right? And you know that this is a data relevant to your problem. You look at the models that exist today and then see which one will be the right fit, right? Because depending on where you want to execute it, you may have to select a model which is probably lightweight, right? Which may have a, for example, if we're talking about edge use cases, right? You cannot run a model that you'll run on a cloud, for example. Yeah. You'll have to look at a lightweight model, maybe which is, the quantization of that is limited. Like a bigger one will have, like, let's say 8 unit versus 4 units. So you will have to look at what model fits your implementation well, and then go from there. I think, I would say, if you have to start a solution, look at the existing models available. There are lots of models available. See which one has the closest, like meets the closest requirement or specification that meets your requirement, and then go from there. Of course, if that doesn't fit, then you will have to go and build your own model. That's a whole lot different ballgame. Right?
Sir, and one last question is for the both of you. So in the terms of building a model for digital twin technologies, in the terms of water or whatever the stack is, so consideration with the 3D stack on 3D development, and how much amount of data should be collected, whether in the terms of points or whether in the terms of size, the data points, how much we can collect and how we can represent that in the kind of technologies of 3D?
Yeah, it totally depends on your own use case. The accuracy of a data model is directly proportional to the amount of point cloud data that you generate out of it, right? So if accuracy is not of a prime importance, then you can probably sacrifice that. You can kind of you can settle for less resolution of that data set. But if accuracy is of paramount importance, then of course you will have to kind of go for a higher resolution. Totally depends on your context. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, and Hexagon, whatever the 3D development was done, it's done on Unity. Like, did I?
No, we use a mix of, again, just to make sure that we get the right kind of output in every context. Again, depends on context to context. We make use of different sets of sensors, devices, softwares. So it's never like, we never go by one set way of doing things, because the ultimate aim is to get the best depiction of the digital reality that we are trying to, provide. So I think that determines, what mix we use.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thank. Yeah. Can I continue?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Hi, sir. Wonderful presentation. Big question. You've told the model you've LiDAR scanner what you've scanned. First question is, what is the size of this particular model? Because we regularly work on 3D models. When we capture the data, usually we get heavy sizes.
Right.
So you also told you've deployed on Quest 2.
Yes.
So there will be a lot many latency issues, anti-aliasing
Right.
issues.
So the Quest one was scaled down. So that's why you might have seen certain pixelation and so on in the rendering. But the raw data that we generated was around 600 GB just for Qutub Shahi, the main tomb. We didn't do the whole campus, the whole premises. Just for the main tomb of Muhammad Quli Qutub Shah, that was the raw data was around 600 GB. And when we processed it, it came to around between 250 to 300 GB. So after processing, after eliminating all those people, birds and other things, it kind of, we brought it down to around roughly under 300 GB.
So I can assume that the HXDR tool is completely optimization tool.
Yes.
For any 3D model you take and you can run
It
it through it.
Yeah, it is a multifaceted tool. It provides as a cloud storage. It gives you this one-click facility to clean up your meshes or point cloud data. It also provides you, so if you're using multiple devices, you need to align them. You need to register. We call this process as registration. You might be familiar with that. So this registration needs to happen. It doesn't require your scanned data to have any reference points or control points. Okay. So without that also, because it has GPS and geolocational data, by default, it will we just click once and then it kind of automatically, it might take a couple of hours, but then it gives you a perfectly aligned output that way.
Nitin sir, sir, you've mentioned about XR headsets. So couple of questions there. Meta Reality Labs CTO Andrew particularly told about the architecture what is existing in the current world now. The architecture what is existing is not suitable for us for any of the headsets which is into smart glasses. So is it Qualcomm doing anything in terms of architecture? First question. And second, in terms of process nodes, Qualcomm XR2 4 nanometer process node. So when can we expect 2 nanometer or 1 nanometer process nodes? Any on that?
Soon. I think, so first question that you said, right? I think, I'm not sure about what Meta has done, so I'll not be able to comment on that. Okay. But I think right now, definitely the latency in XR headsets, I think the key factor is how quickly you can process the frame so that you don't feel that jitter and have the real life experiences. And I think a lot will go into that in terms of how you speed up the processing. Whether you do it local processing or you deploy the edge solutions or AI solutions to predict the frames and then do it. And as I said in the architecture, right, you might have to probably send the frame to the edge server, get it back quickly. So I think all these optimization will have to happen. You need optimized connectivity for that. You need optimized processing for that. So all of that will play a role in it.
I can, as a continuation of that question, among the entire world, the leading chipset provider is Qualcomm. And most of the HMDs are using XR2 chipsets coming down line, or even smart glasses. And whereas Apple is using M2. So what is the architecture difference in terms of AI? Especially you also mentioned that AI is moving to device. In that particular sense, how Vision Pro or any Apple device what we have compared to our HMD will differ?
Yeah, no, I think I'll take a question in a different way. I think rather than going into product specific things, I think you look at the aspects of building blocks, right? And then say, if you are working on some of these solutions, where do you want to see the optimization done, right? It all depends on your use case. If your use case needs a larger set of processing, right, you may have to look at either a higher processing power at the local side, or if you think you have a possibility of deploying an edge solution, you might have to look at using that with the low processing headset, right? So whether you want to do a full processing on a device or you want to offload it to edge server, These are the architectural choices. So in the whole of these, right, in the three pieces that you saw, cloud, edge, and device, you'll have to play around with that to see what is your target solution, right? If you, like Apple, I think if I remember right, the Apple head-mounted device cost like $4,000,
Yeah,
right?
right.
But that solution does not work in all the markets, right?
yeah.
So you will have to see, okay, how do I offload that processing and capabilities to other entity in the whole AI system, and then still deliver the value. So I think there's no one answer to it. I think that's where you'll have to play around with it. But all of these is configurable. The AI processing is all configurable. I think that's the message we wanted to deliver. All these pieces will be there. You'll have to look at your use case.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Now we'll have a quick photograph and then we can continue with the next session. Photographer. ले लिया photo? Done? ठीक है. Okay. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Now moving on to the next session. Next we have with us Aditya Khaitan from Deloitte. He is the partner telco technology and 5G leader. And Mr. Aditya started his professional career with KPMG in 2005. And during his tenure of 12 years in KPMG, he had the opportunity to provide consulting services in more than 20 countries across Middle East, Africa, Australia, Europe, including engagements in India. Recently, he's joined Deloitte and as a partner in TMT service line. So I would like to invite Shri Aditya Khaitan for his talk.
Hi everyone, just a little correction. I haven't recently joined Deloitte. It's been 7 odd years. This is from LinkedIn and I don't update LinkedIn. But yeah, I'm a thoroughbred consultant. First 12 years with KPMG and in the last few with Deloitte. What I'm going to focus on is, of course, focus on digital twin as a subject because that's what we are talking about today. Focus more on the infrastructure side and infrastructure planning per se, and how we derive value out of digital twin, all right? So some of it, I mean, because you've been sitting through the sessions through the day, some of it you might find repetitive in terms of what you hear over here or what you see over here, but don't mind that. Just to give you a quick market view, right? When we talk about digital twin, players across the world specifically focus on certain sectors like manufacturing, oil and gas, so on and so forth, have been investing in this technology as digital twin. And when we talk about the period 2023 or 2022 to 28, the constant investments have been growing at a CAGR of 37%, right? And this market is supposed to become more than $90 billion by the end of 2028. While this digital twin technology sort of matured for the manufacturing sector about a couple of decades ago, and most large manufacturers have been using digital twin, when we talk about infrastructure, this trend is fairly recent, right? Because of the growing costs of building infrastructure, shortage of labor, need for infrastructure to provide equitable services to all citizens. There have been various factors because of which government is now forced to implore ways where they can plan for infrastructure better, they can build infrastructure faster, deliver it in a better manner, and so on and so forth. And that's where digital twin comes into the picture, right? So that is where many governments across the world, and there are a lot of examples of the governments in US, there are a lot of examples of government in UK, Europe, other European countries as well, who have been exploring the digital twin concept for infrastructure build, be it land infrastructure, be it various services, be it utilities planning, be it transport, and I mean all modes of transport, and so on and so forth, right? So when we talk about deriving value of a digital twin, right? We just heard that how we convert the 2D models into 3D models, right? And typically, when we talk about land administration, people have found value, a lot of value, when we convert the 2D cadastre that we have into 3D cadastres and integrate that with digital twin, all right? Similarly, there has been a lot of value that gets generated. We was just asked the question on the various building blocks if one has to start infrastructure planning or any digital twin planning from scratch, right? So when we look at the Australian government, and as they planned about their infrastructure, right, they have defined certain principles for this infrastructure planning. And when we talk about the model, right, as we use the digital twin spatial data and combine it with various kinds of other data sets, be it environmental data, economic data, utility-related data, transport-related data, the insights that we can develop out of the digital twin increases, and therefore, the value that we are getting out of that digital twin increases. And the return of investments increases because you can plan better, you generate insights which are before an event can occur, you can prevent an event, and so on and so forth. There is even greater value that gets generated if you can combine various individual digital twins. Like let's say, for example, we saw a digital twin of the tomb right now. And that was a standalone, let's say, infrastructure that is converted into digital twin for heritage, for a heritage site, for planning of that, refurbishing of that, whatever the case might be. Now imagine if there were other digital twin models that were constructed, right, for the campus around the tomb, for the roads that are leading to that, for the housing that is around that, and one could plan how to handle that digital or that heritage site, right? How to use that better as a tourist attraction, right? How to control traffic to that heritage site even, and so on and so forth, right? So the value that you could generate out of that by integrating various digital twins together would be far greater. And that is what we are trying to explain over here, right? So when we talk about a digital twin concept, or what we are trying to achieve out of this initiative, right, with infrastructure planning, at the start or at the bottom of it, it is very important that we develop a very strong foundation. By developing a strong foundation, I mean having a sort of a common platform where one could build digital twin for various infrastructure pieces, right? And they could be integrated together because it is a common platform. Have common processes, common standard definitions, and so on and so forth, right? Such that the challenges we are talking about, compatibility and integration, etc., do not exist. Because if everybody starts developing their digital twin standalone, it might not generate that kind of value, right? Then, when we talk about post the developing foundation, and I'll give you a very good example for that. So, when we talk about in United Kingdom, there is a center for Britain Build, or how it's called that. They sort of invest in building digital twins for various infrastructure pieces in Great Britain. And they have defined what is known as Gemini series, or Gemini principles, or Gemini principles, right? Gemini essentially is that horoscope, which also, with the fish sign, right? And it says that the Geminis have two personalities, right? So it's essentially a twin. They have built the principles where all infrastructure that is coming up in the United Kingdom follows the same set of principles. So there is commonality. So like, let's say, for example, one department or agency is developing a digital twin, another department or agency developing a digital twin for something else. They use that common platform, standards, processes, so on and so forth. So that later, when these information sets need to be integrated, that can be done very fast, right? If we have to then enhance value that we get out of digital twin after we establish or have a strong foundation, right? We need to accelerate the adoption. And when I say accelerate the adoption, by the public sector and the private sector. So how do you ensure that players provide information, share information, constantly update information, etc., such that the digital twin can be used for planning purposes, can be used to generate insights continuously, and so on and so forth, right? So here, when we talk about the Australian government, especially the government of Victoria, they've invested about $37.5 million, right, to create an ecosystem where the public sector and the private sector come together, right, and they look at various infrastructure-related digital twin, ensure that they are constantly updated, they are relevant, and they are utilized, right, by different agencies, by different departments, by different functions, by different companies, to be able to get insights out of that, to get information out of that, right? So you accelerate adoption. Then you ensure that what you have created as a digital twin is not like a standalone piece. You industrialize it, you scale it, right? Let's take the example of what we are again seeing in UK, right, which is for their, it's known as the underground asset register in the UK, right, where they track all the pipes, all the lines that are going under the roads, be it utility, be it fiber, so on and so forth, right? And they have developed that entire sort of underground asset register, which is shared by various agencies, public and private. For the underground asset register, right, where we talk about, typically, researchers say that in a digital twin scenario, while there is value, one could get about $9 to $1 as a return on investment. Specifically in the case of UK, for the underground asset register, they're getting a return on investment which is 30:1. Right? For every dollar that they have spent on digital twin, the government is reaping or realizing $30 through savings, through better planning, through optimizations, and so on and so forth. Right? So there is great merit in delivering at scale. And similarly, for even the transport system in the UK, they are in the process, or they developed a MVP in 2023 for various multimodal networks, transport networks, which have now been combined and are used as one digital twin for the planning purposes, right? So again, great value in delivering at scale. And then finally, the value gets enhanced when you do the standardization at a federated level or at a central level, and then you should have provision in your architecture, in your standards, and so on and so forth, such that it can evolve with technology and it does not become redundant. And as you go through this maturity level for digital twins, right, the value that you derive out of it, or whatever you would have planned, or whatever you would have invested in a digital twin concept, sort of enhances. All right? So these are various bits and pieces that I wanted to indicate. Now, from an overall success factor perspective, very important, I will draw your attention to the left-hand side, right? I mentioned about the strong technical foundation, which is having the standards, the platforms, so on and so forth, the core processes, all standardized so that one can have integrated digital twin infrastructure. The quality of data, right? Whatever sources of data that we feed into the digital twin should be, of course, relevant, updated. There should be a mechanism to constantly update that data set, and so on and so forth. It should not be static at a point of time, such that the digital twin remains a static digital twin, right? And the third is the practical use case applications. Like, let's say, for example, when that tomb was being shown, right, as a digital, or the digital twin of the tomb that was being shown, I was thinking to myself, what would be the practical use case application that can be run on that digital twin to realize value out of the money spent? The one use case I could probably think of is maintaining the heritage site, refurbishing, etc. You constantly look at the asset, you have a real-time view of the asset, and if things are going bad, let's say, for example, how we saw in Taj Mahal, the yellowing of Taj Mahal, if things are going bad at the tomb, etc., you can in time do the necessary refurbishment, prevention, things like that, right? So that is the one use case I could think of. But ultimately, when we deploy and when we spend money on a digital twin, the real value that would be derived out of it, or the various use cases that would be implemented, become very critical, right? And the extent of use cases, or if we talk about the laundry list of use cases, the longer it is, the larger it is, the greater value that will come out of it, let's say. In terms of some of the values that is documented by various researchers, when we talk about the return on investment, people believe that the various governments in Europe and the West, right? I include states as well, I include the Australian government as well. For the efforts they have done on digital twin, like I mentioned, they are getting a ROI of $9 to a dollar, right? What they have also experienced as improvement is the overall reduction in the design costs by 50% through improved planning, right? And improved use of material, alternate material for construction, things like that, right? So the overall design costs have reduced. The construction permitting time has reduced by 50%. And this specifically is true for the use case that I was talking about, where it is the underground asset register, where you have your gas pipes running, you have your fiber running, etc. You have your water lines running, and so on and so forth. So now, because you have a underground asset register for all these assets in the UK, for permission for building new buildings, etc., have become faster, where these lines are not disrupted, nothing gets broken, nothing has to be replaced, and so on and so forth. And one does not need to wait for somebody to, some Tom, Dick, and Harry to go do a survey first there at the site and then say, okay, you can build a building here, right? So in terms of overall construction permission time, that has reduced by 50% as well. And finally, the overall reduction in maintenance costs, right? So because, and of course, because you're doing timely maintenance and so on and so forth, there is less of the corrective stuff you need to do, thereby optimizing maintenance as well, right? So in terms of purely the value, clearly, if we look at the various cases of development of digital twin or infrastructure related digital twin, there's defined value. Now, various governments are looking at how to increase this value that they get out of it, all right, by overlaying it with more and more data sets, leveraging technologies like AI, etc., developing or generating more insights out of them, and things like that, right? This purely just gives a view of what are the key steps, or at a very high level, in terms of right from vision to value, what can one do, right? And in the deployment of digital twins. So when we talk about typically, when we start off a thought process like a Sangam, right, and we say that, okay, we need to develop a digital twin for a certain infrastructure piece, for a certain product or plant or process, right, in addition to an infrastructure, the first starts with, okay, what is the idea behind it? What is the strategy or goal behind that development of that digital twin? And what is the opportunity for value creation? What does one do with that digital twin to create that value, right? And that's where the planning begins. You ideate, you discuss, you validate with the stakeholders. Ultimately, you come down to the POC part, very much part of this EOI as well, right? Because these days, seeing is believing, and proof of pudding is in the eating. So one would want to see the POC. As you do the POC, it is important that you prioritize your use cases. And you first and foremost develop those use cases where there is value given back, or there is useful information or insights that come out of those use cases, right? So you prioritize those, and then you develop the technical requirements or whatever, and the overall architecture, such that you have that commonality as you go along, right? As you do the POC, simulation works well, you get the desired results. That's when you go for the scaling and expansion. Typically, this is the approach, very simple. And more and more research papers you will read, it's broadly this approach. There could be minor changes here and there, but largely that's the approach that is followed. And finally, I would just like to throw a light on the recent sort of engagement that Deloitte did with in Melbourne with the government of Australia, right? So in Melbourne, while the government was investing in roads, building infrastructure, etc., the government was anticipating that it would cost them about $38 billion a year, right, just because of traffic congestions. So, of course, they wanted better planning in terms of traffic, such that they could avoid such problems, right? So what Deloitte did here is that, leveraging the infrastructure digital twin that the Australian government had, right, we built the entire layer of analytics and artificial intelligence on the digital twin, right? And it was the first case where, for mobility, AWS used their software Panorama, right? And now, as we talk about this particular use case, it integrates real-time data from various sources, right? Be it the transport-related, traffic-related, network-related data, various operational systems for managing different network and transport systems, right? And generates insights. From a overall, let's say, impact value perspective, currently in the city of Melbourne, there are 600 odd cameras that feed information, various kinds of information, traffic information, weather information from the view of it, right? And impact, and all that helps with planning, right? And whatever the cloud-based platform that was developed there, it is currently being used by 200 users concurrently, 24/7, right? For better traffic planning and so on and so forth. Similarly, if we talk about the other use cases that have been done by Deloitte, the most recent one, another recent one would be, or not recent actually, in 2020 odd, when there was bushfires in the UK, right? For prevention of bushfires, for detection of the potential chances of bushfires and so on and so forth, that digital twin also was created when we talk about that. Again, in the UK, when we talk about air services, there were a lot of delays that were happening with flights and so on and so forth. So overall, and it was all, I mean, the coordination between different air services or different flying agencies was all on Excels and so on and so forth. So in terms of doing that entire modeling and generating insights to be able to plan better for the air services, another creation of digital twin was created for the air transport system or air services. So these are some of the examples that we have done. Of course, we can deep dive more into each of these and so on and so forth. But that was a little bit about value creation from a digital twin standpoint. I'll take a pause here if there are any questions, thoughts. Yeah, please.
Traffic management people.
No. So when we talk about the decision making, of course, when you're driving a car in Victoria, Melbourne, you are the decision maker there as well. But what you do is you do better traffic routing. You do better traffic avoidance. You predict where can be potential congestions. You reroute the roads as well. Like, let's say, for example, you have a cricket match that happens in one of the stadiums here, right? And you know that the cricket match will end at 8 p.m. And you know all the people sitting in that stadium are going to come out at 8 p.m. And you know all the traffic is going to be blocked. Knowing that there is an event like that, or meshing or overlaying that data with your roads around the stadium, overlaying that data with the stadium capacity or whatever the number of vehicles in the stadium, you can plan and you can route traffic to avoid congestion as much as possible, right? And so while the driver would drive, right, he would only go in the directions allowed. He would follow the signals that would come in, right? He would, so those are the things you control, essentially.
How can you communicate directly to the driver?
Not
Is there
to the-
any interface? Are such kind of solutions will be feasible?
No, so you, okay. Normally, let's say in the Australian environment, when we talk about the Melbourne case study, there are 200 odd people looking at different modes of transport, okay. So typically it is not one-to-one conversation with a driver to be able to monitor anything, right? Those things happen. Of course, in GPS-enabled vehicles and so on and so forth, and registered vehicles, you can always reach, through the vehicle, you can identify who the driver is, and you can always reach to the driver's mobile if there is an emergency or a need per se. But in terms of regulation of traffic, one does not directly contact the driver. You try to manage that traffic by managing the various levers that manage traffic. Be it opening and closing of roads, making one ways into two ways, managing traffic lights, etc., right? Or in fact, even if you know that there is an event like that, you increase the number of public transport modes available also. Like let's say, for example, in the stadium, cricket match example I gave you, the number of buses going from the parking stand near the, or the bus stand near the stadium to various places, that can be increased for that day, right? The metro rail that might be going, taking people from the stadium outside, those could be increased. The frequency of the metro rails could be increased. So you leverage those levers essentially, not the one-to-one communication with a driver. Those I have seen happen, but those are more emergency cases.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other? Yeah, please. I can hear you. So typically the AWS Digital Twin Maker, right, that one uses typically in a manufacturing setup scenario. To create city-wide twins, I don't think AWS Twin Maker has the capability. Okay, I really don't know. I would need to explore. But I have not seen a city-wide twin being made on AWS Twin Maker. I have seen plant-related, plant also not so much, but more process and product-related twins on a AWS Twin Maker. Let's say, for example, in a recent deployment that we are doing, so we are building a 5G lab in our Bangalore office, right? So there also, even at a plant level or even at a manufacturing plant level, the simulation that we were doing, we used the Siemens Plant Sim software, not the AWS Twin Maker. That is one. So when we talk about a city level or a nest of infrastructure or a network of infrastructure that is typically put, it is on a larger sort of defined common platform rather than an AWS Twin Maker, I would think. That I don't think I can give the details per se, and I would have to check that back also with our Australian counterparts. Happy to check that, and I can relay that through the team. No, so that if you have the right configuration, I don't think that should be a problem. And let's say, for example, 200 concurrent users for a system is already not that much, right? So, yeah. No, but I really didn't understand your last question properly also. So okay, computational costs, you mean? Okay, so when you talk about the impact on the government on traffic congestion, that was to the tune of $38 billion. So when you do a cost-benefit analysis, right, and you have to manage traffic and where you have 200 concurrent users, the potential cost of that will not even be a fraction of what they are anticipating as the cost of traffic congestions or loss of revenue to the government from that perspective, right? So typically, when we do a POC or when we do a use case, right, anywhere, even if we do a smart factory use case, even if we do this digital twin use case, as we define the overall architecture, the platform, how the data model would be, etc., we also do the business case around it, where we potentially look at what are the costs that would be incurred to set that up and so on and so forth, and if there is an upside, if at all, through optimization, cost savings, if there is a revenue upside and so on and so forth. And normally that business case is approved by the client before the implementation. Okay, so typically when there are costs associated with a deployment of a use case, of a technology and so on and so forth, from a consulting standpoint, we would always do the business case first, get a buy-in from the client so that they are aware, and then go ahead and do that deployment, right? So, I mean, because they have to pay, right? Yeah, it's a simulation visualization thing where, like, let's say
We can take remaining question in the
I
question
just
and
finished
answer
this
session.
and yeah. Let's say, for example, like what you saw as the map, right, for the tomb. When you see the entire transport system, or when you see the outline of that, you can see all the traffic, all the road systems in Melbourne, the real-time traffic on that, the real-time, let's say, signaling data on that for the traffic signals and all of that. So there are various layers of data. So it looks exactly like that. All right?
Thank you, Mr. Aditya. Now moving ahead, I would like to call Ramadavi ma'am. She Ramadevi ma'am leads the emerging technology wing of the Information Technology and Electronics and Communication Department of Government of Telangana. Her role is to formulate and execute policy framework in frontier technology such as AI, blockchain, cloud rules, cybersecurity, and other that would create a conducive ecosystem for the growth of emerging technologies in the state. She was instrumental in setting up Institution of Excellence or COEs in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, e-waste, and additive manufacturing. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello. uh, Good evening, everyone. I think you're at the fag end of the event, so must be tired, so much content being bombarded at you. I hope I can engage you for 10 minutes. To keep your expectations first, it's not a tech stack that I'm going to talk about. Since we work at the policy level, the kind of approach and methodology that we adopt or practice when we implement new technologies ranging from AI to blockchain to cloud and now to digital twins. This is what we do. I head the emerging technologies division, and we have a twin. We are talking about digital twins. We have a twin objectives. One is how do we accelerate the adoption of these new age technologies within the government, and secondly, how do we develop as a state? When I say we means it means the state. How do we develop the ecosystem within the state so that for the growth of these technologies? And these are the technologies that you see on the right side. Of course, digital twin by itself is not a technology, right? It actually uses a set of technologies like the earlier speakers have actually explained, AI, drones, photogrammetry and so on. So I'll come to digital twins later. So as I said, for each of these technologies, we come out with state-specific policy frameworks. For AI, we have one. For space tech, we have another one, robotics and so on. And the reason we come out with these policy frameworks is to, identify key pillars where the government need to focus on. So just to give you an example of, just if you can see for each of these technologies, again, we set up institutions of excellence here on the right side, So like for AI, we said we have Telangana AI mission. For cybersecurity, we have Center of Excellence, e-waste, and 3D printing. So, and we work with various partners. It's not just the government will set up something, do it, we work with various partners. So to give you a glimpse of how a policy framework looks like, this is our AI framework. And we actually released it in the year of 2020. And we started working on AI initiatives and programs since then, So data is one of the critical thing, all the speakers have been talking about. And in fact, we have set up a data exchange platform, which I have a slide later, which I'll talk about. Skilling, and again for AI, governance, ethics, biases, you have this. So we have actually formed a committee, within the partners from the industry that is going to help us identify, come out with certain guidelines, toolkits to say if you are the government is procuring an AI solution, how do I understand what are the biases that a particular AI algorithm has? So that we are working on that, So Means it's going to help us across the AI life cycle development, right from development to deployment. So various stakeholders will also get those toolkits. It's a work in progress, research and innovation, and this is what a typical framework looks like. So moving on, well, yes, we have these technologies, policy frameworks, as I said, but what is that we are doing within the government? How are we leveraging these technologies for social good? And the way we do, these are different projects and initiatives that we are working with various departments. And our approach is we identify use cases, wherever possible for whatever technology, where we'll have a brainstorming exercise with each of the departments to understand the problem statement. And from there, our work starts. Okay, TK, take one use case or a problem statement and see what technology works there, to address that problem. That's what we do. And this is how we actually, come out with, well, a very important one, which we started recently working with the police department, TSNAB, we'll call Telangana State Narcotics Board, that is not listed out here because we just started last month. Well, it's a combination of these technologies, it's AI use cases. This particular slide is for AI. While we are working on 27 projects, these are some key projects that our team has put in there, which have, high, I would say, impact. IRASTE, Transport Department. In fact, in the same auditorium, I think we launched that particular project, earlier, a year back or so, where we are using ADAS devices and DMS, driver monitoring systems, on the state transport buses to actually alert the drivers when a collision is about to happen, when he's suffering from, sleeplessness, fatigue, whatever. 5 kind of alerts are given to the drivers. In fact, after we implemented this, initially in the beginning, in the first 3 months, the number of alerts were huge. But after we implemented those devices and, had a training session, those alerts came down, which means the driver's behavior has changed. And this is not just, we are just giving the alerts, but we are also working with CRRI, Central Road Research Institute. They are going to study where, more number of alerts are being given to the drivers. So, and if there is a faulty design in the road, they're going to come out with a structural, drawings, whatever, a DPR, suggestions to the government to realign, whatever, do that. It's an end-to-end kind of solution, mapping, giving alerts, mapping what you call black spots, potential black spots, which we call it as gray spots, which will lead to black spots. Black spots are the areas where accidents happen. And statistics says every, I think, 2.5 minutes, a person dies in Telangana. That is the severity of, accidents happening. So I hope the solution that we are actually implementing, and based on the success of this pilot, initially we did it in 200. Now TSRT department, its road transport department, is expanding to all the buses. And in fact, a month back, our Prime Minister had a meeting with all the chief secretaries of states. And we shared our AI use cases. And this particular use case, IRASTE, he said that this will be scaled up across the entire country, seeing the impact, that this particular solution is actually delivering. So there are different use cases. I'm not getting into the details. Well, this is what I just spoke about, IRASTE, where we generate those kind of maps where, gray spots or black spots are actually mapped, wherein, the department will take further action on this. So the other one is Forest Department, again, we hear about, tigers, number of tigers or number of leopards, reducing in our forests, poaching happening. This is an AI tool that we developed initially, for the Forest Department to identify. Right now, Forest Department don't have any IT tools. They do everything manually, It's an AI algorithm that actually helps them to identify 20 different species across the forest, sitting at the desk. They do have the data, but again, somebody painfully goes through each image, to identify something of concern to them. So this is what we did, and now they are asking us to put up edge cameras in the forest and help them to get real-time alerts as and when a poaching is about to happen. So that we released an RFP recently, and so this is one of the successful stories that we have. Well, this is another one, agriculture, which we are doing with, Google. We are preparing the agriculture landscape understanding. This is again AI, based application, wherein to identify individual fields, Right now, we don't have a tool as such. Well, there are many applications, many startups doing it, but as a government, we don't have a tool that actually identifies individual boundaries of farmlands. So, and there are a lot of use cases that are associated with this. And the slides that I'm showing right now were actually presented to the Prime Minister, during the Chief Secretary's conference. So coming, that's AI. Then again, blockchain, I'll just quickly skip through. Again, as I said, we identify different problem statements, seed traceability. Again, fake seeds, spurious seeds. That's one of the biggest problem our, farmers are facing right now. It's across India, I think. And we are using blockchain to actually trace, track and trace the seeds right from production to the last mile retail. And these are various projects that we are, working on. Web3 regulatory sandbox. I'm not getting into this because this is related to digital twins. Then drones. Actually, Telangana state was the first one, to launch that medicine from the sky project, which was again implemented by, now Government of India is also doing it. And afforestation, which is called Harabara, where we actually use drones, to drop seed balls and so on. So again, not getting into the details, but just to give a glimpse of, the kind of technologies that we're using to deliver, social good or create impact or solve problems. That's the objective. Well, we're also working on creating DPIs and DPGs. And one of the DPI that we are working on, again, all of us know data. Data, everywhere you go, you might have heard 100 times today on data, right? So how critical it is even for digital twin. So we have actually launched this agriculture data exchange platform. This initially we started with agriculture because our focus was on that sector, but it can be used for any other sectors and scaled up across the country also. So, and again, we went by the use case approach for this, We identified 5 top use cases for the agriculture sector, like credit lending, pest identification. Then there are 3 more use cases I'm not able to recollect. So right now we have, again, data providers, data users, data service providers. It can be government, private, research institutions, startups. Anybody can actually make their available data. Of course, they can monetize also, except the government. In fact, we provide the data for free. And most of the data that the government holds in the agriculture sector is right now available on this platform. And we have users who are actually using the data and delivering services to farmers right now as we speak. This is one of the successful model that we have implemented. And Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, they are the implementing partner for us, technical implementing agency. So this is about the edX platform, which is a digital public infrastructure. Then this is another digital public good. Again, it's a AI tool developed by UNDP in partnership with UNDP. It's like a kind of a plug and play tool, which actually captures about 20 different type of data elements for the agriculture sector, critical. And it identifies best practices where, soil moisture is good, So they'll try to see what are the practices that a particular village is actually adopting, which is kind of, can be replicable in other areas. So this has been later taken over to 5 more states, digital public good. So I'm just moving on, coming to the digital twin initiatives. Well, I think Hexagon has already spoken about the Qutub Shahi tombs. It's kind of a precursor for what I was going to talk, So, yeah. As I said, initially we had those 8 technologies in the first slide that I mentioned, but in the ICT, every 5 years we release our ICT policy, Information Communication Technology Policy, which is like a strategy document for us. So in that, we have actually highlighted, like we'll work on 40 smart cities, but one thing is, again, digital twins is one of the, areas that, the policy mentions, and we would be working on that. So, but these are different use cases that I've listed out, within the government, potential use cases. Tourism is one area that we would be interested in, to showcase our cultural heritage, That is one. Then the last one, these most of the speakers, metro rail is another one. Usually the governments, they try to, if you're in Hyderabad, you might have heard about this, the new government has actually chosen a different, route for the metro line. Probably this is an area where this digital twins can really help the government in taking the right decision, data-driven decision is what we call. Of course, we don't have a tool right now, but that's an area where, probably if government and the private sector can work together, that'll really help the government, not just our government, but governments across India. that's a tool that's really required. It could be road alignment, it could be, metro rails, and already traffic, I think Aditya spoke about traffic, right? In fact, Transport Department approached us a month back saying that, can you help us on uh, route optimization based on the demand, based on the, because right now they just go by their own schedule, whether sometimes, the bus will be completely full with passengers, sometimes empty buses run. So they asked us, maybe this is another area that we can look at it. And the last one, if you look at, again, if you're in Hyderabad, you might have heard about this in the news. Government is focusing on the Musi River. It's actually, once it's a very lively river, now it has become a drainage kind of thing where all the waste is dumped. So government is looking at rejuvenating that Musi River, and it wants to, make it similar to the Thames River in London. In fact, once upon a time, Thames was also similar to, all waste dumped in this, but it's now more cleaner, now it's being used. So government is focusing on that. Probably that is one use case, we can look at it, working together, because government is focusing very seriously on that. So what are the encroachments right now that happened on the Musi River, how it can be remodeled, going forward. Probably if we can develop a digital twin for this, that will be really good. So I was asking Asit ji, if government can also actually participate in the EOI, and for this particular use case, I was talking about the Musi River, can we actually work something together on that and give the government, tool to really make a decision or take a decision based on the data that is available. So this is a very short presentation that I have. So this is my last slide, I think. Of course, the other one that I have was already spoken by Raji from Hexagon. This is Qutub Shahi tombs. So I thought I'll steal it from you, but you've already spoken. So yeah, this is my last slide. Thank you, Asit ji and the entire team for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving us insight about emerging technology. Now, I will request Mr. Aditya for the group photograph, for the photograph. Thank you, ma'am. Moving forward, I would like to call Mr. Sumedh, who is the founder and CEO of Neurom. Mr. Sumedh is an XR architect and have a significant experience with international and national projects involving AR, VR, ML, AI, web and app-related framework. He understands the outlook of the complete product cycle, right from the understanding the customer requirement, brainstorming, target users, scalability, to deliver the appropriate solution suiting the need. So let's welcome Mr. Sumedh.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. So let's begin. I think all of you are tired, having great lunch, and might be feeling sleepy. So let's keep it very short. And after this, might be the team will have certain activities. So we'll keep it very short and try to wrap it up, because we might have heard so much of information, so much data dump of all of us. So it might be difficult for us. So yeah, I am Sumedh. I am founder and CEO of Neurom Innovations Private Limited. So what we do, we are into spatial computing, digital twins, IoT, and we have been into the industry from the past 8 years, and we have worked with multiple clients, Tata Steel, Mahindra, IOCL, Indian Oil, HPCL, and Metacosmos space projects, and all of these. I would like to play you a video. It's in the same folder. It's just a small video. Yes. Yeah. Right. So coming to the question, why are we here? I guess we almost have all the answers, because one is market, जहाँ पर पैसा है वहाँ पर बंदा है. So we have here, because it's 1.3 trillion by 2030, which is McKinsey research. So there is huge market already available in the digital twins all across the world. Now, in terms of productivity, it often it reduces production time or development by 20 to 50%, depending on use cases. And also you have 67% of accuracy using all, it can be digital technology or XR technologies. And you have increased rate in revenue also. Next is what you always, like most of us, we all know what digital twin is. I'm not getting into details. Next is, I would like to more focus, we also know where are we applying these, like we have been explained lot many useful cases from all our previous speakers. Now, coming to the next slide. Specific use case I want to talk about is one SpaceX, and there is Shell. Shell is an oil and gas company, all we are aware. During the COVID time, it was very difficult for each individual or the staff to go and see the maintenance of the project. So they have collaborated with Aviva, that is again data historian Pi database, if some might be aware of it. So it stores like huge amount of data, like 50 years of data, 100 years of data, and that is to optimize data. That is what oil and gas, space industry, or these days defense industry is also using. Data historians, they used Aviva Pi database. Using that, they've controlled, remotely monitored all the devices. And it was very much easy and convenient for them to manage their plant and production during COVID. And COVID has changed many industries, and there are lot many B2B use cases which have emerged. Next is SpaceX. Imagine 25,000 part assemblies. Imagine what can be the subparts. There might be 50,000 or a lakh. All these subparts to manage at one place, it is a very, very difficult task. And SpaceX is one of the pioneer in the space industry and one of the first across the space industry to use digital twins using Siemens product. They use Siemens NX software, FEMAP, and Teamcenter, and they customize their own tool, a kind of digital twin where they have used that particular facility for Falcon 9 rockets, which again reduce the 1/3 cost, which is if it is 6 million, the usual cost will be 18 to 20 million, but with the usage of these tools, they have optimized to 6 million. We have particularly worked with Tata Steel, HPCL and IOCL, where we have converted their processes on online, like boiler maintenance, which saw 38% increase in the employee training and avoiding the fatal accidents. So we replicate all the scenarios, digital scenarios, what they have in the production lines, can be boiler maintenance, electronic maintenance, or motor maintenance, according to the HPCL or what their use cases are. And then we apply digital twins or a digital layer over it, and also analytical layer. So this is one of the points which I want to focus more about. And like if we can begin this, it will take, like it can go on. I'm not adding all the standard procedure like taking input and the last one with the deployment or maintenance. I've majorly categorized into data, simulation, and visualization. If you look at data, just now our Mr. Sir told about capturing data. Capturing data, it can be like, example, what is a data resource? Either you're capturing through LiDAR scanner or photogrammetry or any other AI tools. Like NVIDIA is working on, again, kind of a video out of can take 3D, or Meta, all these are people working on text to 3D. So that is something, again, each one of the major corporates are working on. Now, if you come to data, first is sources. What are your sources? Mostly for us to make it real time, we use census data. Is the census real time, or is it the manual entrance, or will there be any latency? That is the first point. And if you look at integration again, that integration completely goes to cloud. Either you're using AWS or Azure or cloud or Google, or the next one is on-prem. Major defense applications or space applications or a few applications do not want the data to be on cloud. So that is something, again, integration coming up over there. And next we have authentication. Okay, this is the other presentation. You've missed the one. There is another update. This is on the same folder. Yeah, I'll continue with this. Also, you can change meanwhile. Yeah. In each step, you will always get infrastructure. What is the infrastructure you're ordering? Open the PDF. For data resource, what is authentication? What is asset management people, like number of people using it? Yeah, now this is the infrastructure. For data again, next coming to simulations. In simulation again, you have a guy, example, you sitting on a desk and operating on any code, or my developer sitting on a computer desk and working on a Blender tool. How that he working on a Blender tool is affecting our digital twin. If you look at the end point, the Blender or Maya is a guy using Blender or Maya, that again coming back to the tools 3D modeling tool. And again, we map 3D modeling. Again, how do we capture that? We might be doing scanning, or we might be doing AI model or photogrammetry or anything. Now, example, any corporate or any startup coming up and giving you one solution, like example, for simulations, for giving you predictive scenarios. They just trained a Gen AI, they've opened a LLM model, and they have applied a solution there. And that can be, again, a trigger point. That is a startup, that is an idea, again, that coming to digital twin. So if you look at each use cases, there are multiple factors which are again coming and connecting at one dot. As Anuradha ma'am also told just now, like they are working on a particular platform where each 100 cities do not know what to capture and where to collect the data. So digital twin is something, again, it is an amalgamation of multiple tools. Tomorrow I can use for visualization Power BI, or I'm using Tableau. These are standard applications. Again, they are coming to visualization and we are connecting it to digital twin. One of the use cases I'm talking about is analytics, where you have particular patterns to predict, give min-max values, like we have data historians. Pi database, I just spoke about Aviva. We have Canary databases, where NASA or any other defense applications which are using, they need data. Data is huge, like they have to store 50 years of data or 100 years of data. Each day, what is happening, they want to know that particular understanding. And till now, they only conventionally or traditionally, they store in their warehouses, data warehouses, they store in that. And how do we take that, add a predictive layer, add a Gen AI layer over it, and again, make it into digital twin? So the possibilities are endless. If one of the developer or one of the company, it can be corporate, it can be startup, picking up one specific area, they train like a Gen AI or like train a model on it, and then add a layer over it, then it can lead to, again, better in terms of visualization, in terms of giving better opportunities and adding much employee safety or reduction in revenue, increasing productivity, and that will go to, again, digital twin eventually. And upon this, you always have, again, industry 4.0 layers, or again, infrastructure layer. How is data being transported from one end to end, and like what Qualcomm spoke about it. So there are multiple use cases, and at this point, I do not know, like each company or any corporate is capable enough to give one unified solution. Each one is doing on their individual tools and giving a platform. So that is the Eventually, it will lead to better solutions, but as of now, it is just trial and run, understanding each use cases and getting better at it. And one, like, we cannot get back and tell this is the tool which I want to use again. We have to have a conventional way of also utilizing it. Yeah, these are just few stats. Like for Wi-Fi protocols to even to transfer data, Unity CEO just like a few days, months back, you've mentioned, in all over the world, only 2% of data is 3D. If you look at the data, how much available across the globe, or how much data we transfer, we use, only 2% is 2D data, 3D data. Rest all is 2D. And if you talk about, imagine if that 2% gets to 50% or even 60%, how much Wi-Fi protocol, how much data we need to transfer per second? What is the data byte? And is that infrastructure available now, ready for it? When we talk about digital twins, like just now so told, it is 600 GB. If you just see the Qutub Shahi tomb, if you use LiDAR scanner, it is 600 GB. Even if you optimize it, our end devices, a mobile device or a headset device, are not capable enough now to even render it. If you can even optimize, you have to optimize 1000%. Might be 6 MB should run or 60 MB. So there has to be huge data protocols which has to come from infrastructure. And that will again come from government and big corporates which are doing extensive R&D and developing solutions. If you look at architecture, I just mentioned like MetaLab's chief scientist, he told the architecture as of now is not ready to even render this much of data. If you talk about headset, the next coming device might be, we have already finished smartphone wave, smart watches wave. Now it will be almost smart glasses or AI pins. So that is the next gadget or next wave. For that, those devices are edge computing device. You cannot expect them to perform as good as smartphones. So they have to have a better architecture. Even in current devices, example, if you talk about take any mobile phone or a laptop or any device, the highest energy consumption is first is display. You already know it, first is display. And the second is even just to transfer data internally. To transfer data from RAM to the other CPU node internally, inside the chip only. So that is the highest amount of energy consumption. That even like Qualcomm or NVIDIA, they have to tackle it as the industry solution, infrastructure solution. All of a sudden, like even the government policies, or we come in and cannot pitch and make it something in one day. It is a long process. Coming to hardware, as told, like most our smartphones run on 18 nanometer node. And to be precise, Apple Vision Pro, you might have seen already, that runs on 4 nanometer node. It is 5 nanometer node, M2 chip. And Snapdragon XR2, that runs on 4 nanometer chip, recently launched. So that has to come down to 2 nanometer at least. And eventually 1 nanometer. It will take time. It will take at least like maybe 6 years or maybe 8 years. So if you talk about digital twins, the real exploration or people who we use, end customer, to use it at extensive level, it will take at least might be another 6 years or 8 years. So by the time 2030 or 2040, we can expect it might be a digital twin decade or it can be a meta decade, giving all the complexities available. Yeah, I'm not getting too much details. Yeah, that would be my time. Thanks, guys. Thanks for wonderful time. Yeah, you can play the video. साउंड आ रहा है Thank you. That's one time.
Thank you so much, Sumit. So let's have a huge round of applause for all the speakers who have been so wonderful in the whole day today. So we are having our next speaker from PES University, who is heading the CAVE Labs in PES University, Bangalore. He is Mr. Aditya Balasubramaniam, who is an educator and researcher of CAVE Labs. Mr. Aditya is is an augmented and virtual reality expert and a faculty at PES University, Bangalore. And he focuses on digital twins, metaverse, and AR/VR applications for medical training. He has a PhD in computer graphics and virtual reality from South Korea and brings rich experience from roles at Schneider Electric and Jyoti Institute of Technology. And he has filed 4 patents published extensively in top venues and mentors PhD and undergrad students. So I would like to invite Mr. Aditya Balasubramaniam for his talk.
So, good afternoon, all of you. And firstly, I would like to thank the DOT for accommodating me. It was a very short discussion 3 days ago in IIIT Bangalore, and they were able to accommodate me. So, 2 objectives. The first thing is definitely collaboration. We are open to collaborating with people who are like-minded. And the second thing is to sensitize people about the possibilities of digital twins, especially in teaching and learning experiences. So I'm sure for this slide is for completion. Call it a occupational hazard. I'm a teacher, so there must be a slide on what is digital twin. But 2 things are very important in this slide. One is the structure and one more is the behavior, and mirroring the physical entity for its structure and behavior is called as a digital twin. But you see, there is a intrinsic, there is an intrinsic 3D or virtual reality and augmented reality within the digital twin. So before me, speakers spoke about a lot of use cases. So I will also be speaking about a few use cases. I've put together a list of use cases for you, which we have implemented in the CAVE Labs. So people spoke about critical infrastructure, urban planning, manufacturing, and so on. But post-pandemic, we have seen a surge in the publications in one sector, which is the healthcare sector. Digital twin in healthcare was never seen before the pandemic, but now people are looking at it, and people are trying to invest more money and effort and time to better healthcare infrastructure, just in case the pandemic hits again, and we should be prepared. So my job here is to, 1 application each in aerospace and manufacturing. These are all applications. Some of these applications we are building in collaboration with the industry. Many of it we are working as student projects and without funding. Some students, and we are working in a corner and simply. So none of these applications are a viable solution, but we'll be more than happy to collaborate with industry who are willing to take it forward and make it a viable solution. So I also have some more food for thought, of course, police training, soldier training, and infrastructure planning. So the first use case is the gut twin. So there are about 500 microorganisms, bacteria in your gut, living within your gut. They are feeding on what you feed. So modeling all of these 500 million bacteria species is very difficult. So therefore, what we did was we have we have a shortlisted set of species: Bacteroidetes, Firmicutes, Actinobacteria, Proteobacteria, Vericomicrobia. These compose 99% of the phylum. the microbiome composition in your gut. So there are good bacteria, there are bad bacteria. If you have a good bacteria in your gut, your health is good. If you have a bad bacteria, your health is bad. So imagine for a situation where you go to a doctor and you have a stomach issue, and the doctor looks at your digital version of your gut and sees the composition of the bacteria, a certain composition of the bacteria in your gut. Now, she knows exactly what kind of medicine she has to administer, and now she tests this on the virtual gut, sees how the composition will change, fast forward it to a few days, and sees how the composition will change. That is exactly what we have been trying to do. An AI model will ingest the digital twin of the actual gut. So the actual gut microbiota composition, we get it through stool tests and everything. So we have an entire hospital at our disposal for us to give this data. And we also have a pharmaceutical department which can help us in the domain expertise in gut digital twin, the drug digital twin. So a model will ingest both of these, fast forward it to to the next time, and predict what would be the microbiota composition in your gut. This is one of the use cases that we are doing. Especially, this will help in precision medicine, predictive healthcare, and a personalized medicine. So everybody's composition of a gut can change. And it also depends on the genetics. It depends on the activities of daily living. You are walking, jogging. Somebody is simply sitting and working. The dietary restrictions and the diet of an individual person. The second use case is the heart twin, which is, I'm sure all of you in the audience and many of you in the audience are already using smartwatches. You're tracking yourself. You're tracking your movements, walking, jogging, running, swimming, washing your hand, how much water did you drink. So if you're already doing it, then you're contributing to a pool of data set which can be used to create a personalized digital twin of yourself. These watches, these modern watches are pretty accurate in also giving out ECG data. In fact, in the US, this is accepted as one of the reports. The ECG that comes from the Apple Watch is accepted as a report for diagnostics in the hospitals in the US. So we are collecting ECG data from the watch, a single lead ECG. Normally it will be 12 lead ECG, but we just use the single lead ECG, run a deep learning model to detect something called as arterial fibrillation. So typically an ECG is a one-dimensional graph with voltage in the thoracic region. So if there is a certain pattern to it, there is a P wave, Q virus complex, T wave, and such things. If there is a certain pattern to it, then we know that it is normal. If there is slight deviation from this pattern, for instance, there is no P wave, or the P wave is supposed to be at a certain height, but the amplitude is distorted. If something like this happens, then there is an abnormal condition. The abnormal condition can lead to heart attack, stroke, and such things. So arterial fibrillation is one such abnormal condition which we are detecting, which will lead to stroke. What is the advantage? As soon as there is an arterial fibrillation, something will not happen. It will take some time for the stroke for the arterial fibrillation to manifest into a stroke. So early detection, early cure is what drives this. So therefore, the smartwatches can immediately detect this at the edge, and the AF burden can be calculated, and we can say go to the doctor and get a treatment. So this is a heart digital twin. So what we have modeled here is a realistic visualization of an individual heart with all the muscles of the heart being controlled through a virtual reality. And this beats exactly like the way an ECG is going through in the timeline, in a one-dimensional graph. The next use case is a virtual patient. Typically, a final year medical student will get into a hospital as a resident doctor. They are supposed to meet patients calmly, trying to listen to them, trying to understand what is their symptoms, later provide medication, maybe ask them to come back after 4 days, 5 days, longitudinal diagnosis. So this is what we try to do. We try to build a virtual reality application, create a digital twin of a clinical setup where a patient is powered by an AI, and now they can come and they can actually speak to the doctor. A doctor will be wearing a headset, and let me play a video of this. Sound is. Sound is off. Select it. Okay. Yeah. So I'll let you watch this video and I'll maybe skip through the other parts.
Hi, what brings you here today?
So this is a actual voice of a person, while the avatar is powered by a hugging face llama model, fine-tuned for this specific purpose.
What are your symptoms?
And the patient answers as ambiguously as possible. So if you ask, so right now, I mean,
How long have you experienced these symptoms for?
For the past 2 days, I've been experiencing these symptoms.
that background siren is from our campus siren, so ignore that. So I'll fast forward it a bit to.
Please go ahead and review my scans.
So while doctor can also review the scans, we are generating blood reports using GenAI. We are using progressive GANs to generate X-rays for emphysema, cardiomegaly, tuberculosis, pneumonia, and normal X-rays. We also have run our generated data with a radiologist to validate its particular data, and it's a pretty decent replica of a clinical setup. On the other hand, we have a complete digital model of multi-layer digital model where we have skin layer, muscular layer, skeleton layer, the new nervous system, the blood circulatory systems, and everything. Now, a student who is in anatomy class can actually go and kind of dissect things. Stop this. Can actually go and dissect, bring out all the parts out and see it, label it and so on. The beauty of this is you press a reset button and the bones can go and sit in its rightful place, which you cannot do on a dead body, which is a traditional way of learning. So all of these things became very prominent post-pandemic. We have deployed these in our nursing schools and people are using it. The third use case is, maybe the fourth use case is the biomechanical twin of a human body. So a human body has got 244 kinematic degrees of freedom. Modeling all the 244 kinematic degrees of freedom is a difficult task. More sensors are required, but definitely possible. But what we have done is we have modeled 12 degrees freedom, upper arm, lower arm, upper leg, lower leg, hip, two parts of the sternum and the neck and the head. So that is what we have modeled. This is me performing Surya Namaskara, while there is a very basic stick model with a lot of drift, replicating this, reconstructing the human body movements. What is the advantage? Remote rehabilitation. 20% of the people in India who are having locomotor disability due to injury are from the rural sectors. They don't even know that they have to go and get physiotherapy. Now, because of that, they will not be able to get back to their activity of daily living, and that will become a bigger problem for the society. So therefore, remote rehabilitation in healthcare is important. Sports training, I know of companies who are providing solutions for Mumbai Indians and RCB for perfecting their cricketing shots. So sports training, gait analysis for authentication are some of the use cases or applications where biomechanical twin can help. In another application, we have created a digital twin for training nursing staff. This is a project in progress. Most of what videos that you are seeing is a first-person view of a person wearing the headset. So here there is an immersive learning environment. All the equipments in a typical ward, hospital ward, is replicated. We are also trying to integrate this dumb model as of now into a much more interactive model. This model can cough, it can react to pain, it can react, let us say you do an IV insertion, then the model should be able to react to pain. Such things we are trying to build on top of these models. This is one more use case for teaching and learning experience, especially in the healthcare sector. This is a very interesting use case. We have deployed it in a special school. Somebody, one of the speakers was talking about how digital twin can be leveraged for people with special needs. So we have deployed this in an Ishania Foundation in JP Nagara in Bangalore, where there are autism spectrum disorder kids. These kids have got problems, neurological problems. They find it really difficult to comprehend. Simple tasks like identifying a boy and girl, or crossing a road, or picking up an apple from a mall becomes very difficult for them. So what we have done is we have created 3 scenarios: a nearby mall in JP Nagara adjacent to Ishania Foundation. We have created a digital twin of that, and a road crossing scenario, and a garbage segregation scenario. So we tested it on 40 students, divided into 2 groups. One group went through a virtual reality training. Another group went through a traditional way of training, which is cards. They show cards and they show this is how you're supposed to do 100 times. And hopefully the 101st time they do better. And we saw increased engagement, and we also saw that they were able to perform better when they were put in real world scenarios. So when we took them to a real mall, which was a replica of this, of course, here when they were trying to pick up the apple, they used to use a pinch gesture. But when they went to the real store, they were trying to pinch the apple. So that was one thing that was learning for us. So make it more haptic, make it more immersive, so that they will be able to replicate the same actions that they do in the virtual reality in the real world. So this is another use case. I'm sure all of you are aware of this. So the drone, Namo Drone Didi project, and 2 crore women from the rural sectors will be flying drones shortly, spraying pesticide, fungicides on the agricultural land, and also probably picking up medicine from cities to remote areas. So for them to train, these agricultural drones typically weigh anywhere between 20 kgs to 40 kgs. If you add more sensors and everything, it can go up to 50 kgs. And you can see the way they are controlling. They are using a radio controller. And these are very, very sensitive equipments. A small mistake can topple the drone, much less important than the lives that are at stake around. So what we did was we have created a mixed reality drone training simulator. It's okay. So a mixed reality drone training simulator. You can see that it's a virtual drone. It's not a replica of a agricultural drone. That is something that we are working on. But the user will be using a RC controller, and he'll be flying the virtual drone. This virtual drone is having pretty decent physics modeled on top of the drone. We are using Oculus Quest Pro's pass-through for mixed reality setup. He'll be able to see the radio controller. And he's supposed to take a certain, we have gamified this entire experience. He's supposed to go to level 1, level 2, level 3. By the time he reaches level 4, you can see the real radio controller is visible, while the other parts are virtual reality. This is a mixed reality setup that we have done. And we are working very closely with NeoSky. We are working to try to deploy it in various DGCA approved drone training institutions. So the next use case is an Industry 4.0 training twin. What you see here is a pick and place robot. It's a tabletop robot which can pick about 300 grams of item. And it is powered by Raspberry Pi. I'm sure among the students you would have already used these things. So it's a 6 degree of freedom robot where there are motors, servo motors at every joint. And these servo motors have got orientation sensors. I'll take 2 minutes. And orientation sensors, temperature sensors, and later these can be captured. So these will be performing pick and place applications for weeks together. The temperature in the joint can go up. So what do? We have created a pretty decent, accurate digital twin of this robot, and we can predictively predict. So this is a complete executable digital twin that we have, and we can maintain this particular drone. It's a demonstration for Industry 4.0 training twin. Last use case is the learn driving using driving twin. We are doing this with, in collaboration with Infinity Engineering Solutions. So what we have done is we have created a digital twin track of Gnanabharati RTO in Bengaluru, and we have created a realistic 3D model of Maruti Suzuki Ciaz, and you can see the PES logo there, and NWH physics is applied on this particular car. The idea is for the people to drive through this particular track, and now the RTO can see how well they are driving. I should have put another image of a person driving it. So there is a physical model. You must have seen this in malls, a gaming model, a physical model. There is a steering, a clutch, a brake, and everything. So that will be integrated with this twin. And going forward, we are trying to deploy it. We are trying to create a cityscape with pedestrian modeling. I'm sure IIIT Hyderabad is also working on driving simulators. I've seen it earlier, and pedestrian modeling, driving behavior simulations, and all of those things. So this is another use case that we are using, that we are planning to build. Lastly, two more use cases. One is infrastructure planning. There is already enough amount of data. This is a future work we are planning to work on. So there is ample amount of traffic data that is already available on Google. There must be some way to quantify this data, try to do infrastructure planning. Many speakers spoke about it earlier to me. And this is one last soldier and police training. And so what we are trying to do is we are again working with Infinity Solutions to build soldier and police training. You can see that it is very dumb training device. So there is a track and there is a target, and this target will keep on moving in this particular track. But what if we could make it more intelligent? So Infinity Solutions are working on the hardware side of creating a pretty decent physical twins of real guns and synthetic bullets, while we have taken up the job of the software side of it. So there are other applications like remote weapon systems, IR simulations, and so on. So this is my last slide, and there are a lot of possibilities. So training and evaluation of people who are trained can be a very nice set of use cases for digital twin for those of you who want to submit this as an EOI in the Sangam Digital Twin Initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Aditya. You are doing fantastic work, and you've given so many use cases of digital twins which you are working on. And apart from infrastructure planning and design health is also an important factor which we will cater in Sangam maybe little later. But yes, infrastructure planning and designing is for that we can collaborate and work and you can submit the expression of interest. Thank you so much. Now moving on to the last speaker of the day, last but not the least, and it is Mr. Chandra Vadrevu. He's the founder of ReadyPod Technologies. And Mr. Chandra is working on a very important aspect which has not been covered as of now. That is, he's working on sustainable energy solutions for data centers, right? So sustainable energy is very important because, as we have heard, that for the for such big digital twins, we require huge amount of data, and for that we will require data centers. So it is very important that we get such certain solutions for which we can get energy efficient data centers. So Mr. Chandra will be talking about that. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Chandra.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Good evening. My name is Chandra Vadrevu. I worked in the US about 25 years. I recently relocated to India about 2 years back. My whole life completely into data centers. I'm a pretty hands-on guy, from setting up everything, and also servers management. Everything is related to data centers. So I worked in a lot of government agencies in the US. I worked in federal agencies. I worked on HPC computing, biosciences, and also why I came back to India, right? So I wanted to do something more related to my background, my experience. Of late, I noticed that a lot of the data centers are being located only in major cities, right? So only in Bombay, Bangalore, Delhi, Chennai, maybe in Hyderabad. these are very predominantly located here. So, and also they're all expanding multifolds, right? So means each data center does require lot of power, right? So if it means, if you have a data center in Hyderabad, you have a data center in Bangalore, these requires huge amounts of data, megawatts of data. So bringing the megawatts of data into a specific city from remote area where it's generated is very expensive proposition, and transportation is very expensive. So the sustainability, right? The government is also planning to insist on adopting the sustainability in terms of, especially in the data centers field. So, and also there is a lot of other industries also in location, right? For example, in a data center, the racks are being laid in the legacy model, one after one another one. There is a hotspot, we call it, especially which will increase the power consumption by 80%. Than the normal power usage also. So this is the background where we can put some value add service, where how we can improve by focusing on the sustainability. So we manufacture the sustainable data centers in Hyderabad. These are the technology what we use. We isolate the cold air technology, and we also isolate the hot that is being generated from the servers, totally isolated, so there is no hot spot, so that you don't need extra cooling to cool the servers and all, right? And also we use precision air cooling system. The precision air cooling system has, I have a lot of pictures I will show you. The precision air cooling system will sense the heat that is being generated by each server in the racks, and accordingly to adjust the cooling system also. It's like a legacy system. What we do is we just put the air conditioner in the corner of the floor, and normally put the racks inside. So there is no real precision, and the cooling doesn't know how much cooling is needed by a specific server. Okay, this is the a 12-rack intelligent data center setup, which has all inbuilt capabilities like sensors, which can sense there's a heat generated from each rack. We have a air cooling before, and this is a front view of one of the data center, which is a 12-rack base. We have a fingerprinting. We have a completely boxed system, which can support up to 100 kilowatts of computational power. So today, almost all speakers are talking about the infrastructure, right? Infrastructure is one of the basic requirements. But are we really having an infrastructure at ground level? No, we don't, right? So because these data centers are very much required to feed the application layer, right? Physical data center needs to be there. And we are also advocating to decentralize these data centers to tier 2, tier 3 cities also. The reason why, because in the person, for example, in another city, for a remote city, today they're all accessing the data from the either major cities from Hyderabad, for example, Visakhapatnam, for example, right? So the data, the person who is accessing the internet or some movie, all the way the packet is coming from Visakhapatnam to Hyderabad, and they're all using a lot of bandwidth also. The bandwidth is not really optimally used. So what we are advocating is to decentralize these data centers or set up the data center at the edge itself, so that your IoT platforms, your sensors data is being computed at the edge itself, so that we don't need to bring them all the way from the source to the central place and having a lot of bandwidth costs also, right? So the edge computing is the future, and edge computing doesn't require definitely the up and down applications. For example, for 4G, 5G, even 6G also. They mean 6G, 5G also, they have a lot of network sensors are required, and a lot of like any data that's being generated needs to be consumed there itself. Bringing them and computing them in other location, and again bringing them the results to another location is also a very tough proposition and very expensive also. Even for big data analytics and ML, AL, they do require the data to be stored at the edge, and it's to be computed at the edge itself. So this is one. So this is the side view of the 12-rack IT pod, we call it. This is ready to go. We assemble at our factory. We test every part of it. And this is a very smart sensor. And we have sensors inside. We have an inbuilt safety system. We have a power distribution board. Each rack can support 10 to 12 kilowatts of computational power. Today, tomorrow, most of the computations are coming from normal to GPU-based servers coming up. Right? GPU-based does require a lot of power, and this power needs to be cooled at certain level, right? So this is the precision air cooling system what we have in between the racks. The precision air cooling system has 3 zones. Each zone can define, like I can have a 22 degrees here, and I can have 17 degrees, and I can have 30 degrees on the top. So certain type of computations does require heavy heat, like for example databases, right? Databases do require a lot of cooling, because they generate a lot of CPU utilization. And these are all n plus 1 configuration. So n plus 1 means any failover can take over the other sensors, other in-row air cooling system, and each air cooling system can synchronize in a network fashion. They understand each other, they are networked, and they are very intelligent. So everything can be remotely managed. This is an unmanned data center, we call it, and we manage them with one single server with automation. So all the deployments, whether it's a Docker containers or Kubernetes, all the private cloud infrastructure can be pushed to each and every server remotely. So this is the future. We have been talking to several universities, and we are a startup from last 2 years. We have been seeing a lot of traction, especially from the universities, especially. So another model is we have is a half rack based air cooling system, IT racks, which are again precisionally controlled, and they can individually manage. Half rack means another intelligent way we can use this. Suppose if an enterprise having a 5,000 employees or something, they can have their own independent rack, half rack. They don't need to have full rack. So once you open the rack, the air conditioning is still controlled there, and air conditioning is not loosed. We don't lose the air conditioning, so there's always a precision, and the effect of the cooling is not maintained properly. This is another 4-rack cooling system with iPod. It can be in high-density models. We can also, and another important thing is the disaster recovery sites. So India, and I'm sorry to say, India do not have no one really following the disaster recovery site at all. So in the same building, same rack, we have a disaster recovery, but that's not true. It should be geographically, have planned other side of the place, to have a true disaster recovery sites. So these are the very much not there, but we hope we can play a big role in coming years, and this is another big product we have, and another N+1 configuration ready pod. Which can be used for edge data centers. It can in a hub and spoke model where these spokes can be distributed across, and it can be quickly implemented. It can be quickly come into production, like another legacy models, like setting up a data center with a huge capital investment and building construction, taking approvals and all. So this can be put it in a very small area, like 1,000 square feet area, and you can still up and running within a week's time. We have single rack too, and so this is the future of the data centers we envisage in every now rack model. Nowadays we expect the racks models will go away, and each containment pod will be dedicated to one specific customer. Maybe for example, a very sensitive data or very highly secured data needs to be having one particular pod. They can have one particular pod itself. We have another model which is a container-based data center. We can install everything in a specific shipping container and deliver to the customer site at remote areas, and where you can deploy and computation can be done at the edge itself. So this is inside view of the data center. So this is legacy type model then compared to the outdoor unit data centers we have. With the technology, what we are implementing here is we have a bottom air cooling system. The cooling will pass through the servers, and we have a chimney we have behind, which we can isolate the heat generated by each server, and we put them outside. So there is a total isolation of cold air and hot air. That way, there is improvement of the performance of the computer. So I think that pretty much have a very. I don't want to go more. Sorry for the delay. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chandra. So I would request the last two speakers from Neurom Innovations and Mr. Aditya to come up on stage for a group photo. Also, if there are any questions from the audience, this was the last session of the day, so we are open to questions. Yeah, just a minute, we'll have a group photo. Mike. Yeah, there's a question. You can stay. The question. Yeah.
I have a question to Mr. Chandra. So since the talk was on sustainable energy solutions, I was wondering what is the benefit of all the models that you proposed over the legacy? Do you have numbers? How much more efficient?
Very good question, because that's a sustainability, right? What we are talking about. So in the legacy system, the actual servers do use only 30% of the power at least. Most of the power will go to the cooling of the entire floor. That's not sustainable, right? So we are wasting suppose if the air conditioner is blowing from there and you are sitting here, this whole area is being wasted, right? So it's not precision. We are not using it properly. So that cooling this area is air energy saving, right? Where we can save a lot of money there, and also we can repurpose that air cooling for some other area, right? So that's by following this model, we can save up to 50% of these powers. So yeah, 50% is no jokes, and but that's my experience in US also, and we have been working with other companies. We have tested that actually. So because of the precision air cooling system, we got the intelligence that are built, sensors built in the air cooling system can sense what is the amount of the kilowatts of heat that's generated by each server, right? Every kilowatt of power consumed, you get the same amount of heat. So that needs to be isolated, because if we mix both heat and cold, then you have to increase your cooling capacity. So that is another way of saving the power there.
What is the difference in the cost?
Cost-wise, yes, because it depends on the commercial, right? So if you go to the regular big legacy data center, like anywhere like 10 rupees to 12 rupees per unit, right? So they charge you. And biggest issue is the megawatts of power, right? So if you want to set up a reasonable data center with 300 racks or 400 racks, it costs about anywhere like 300 crores to 400 crores. So it's very, very expensive. And the cost is also, because you have to think the costing of transportation also, right? The generation of the power somewhere outside, you have to bring it all the way to the city also. So the transportation cost and actually delivering at the site, right? So this will influence a lot of saving, right? If you go and decentralize this data computation to adjust itself, right? But every edge is security also, right? So before earlier models, you have one server sitting in central area. There is every DDoS attacks and all will be coming directly to that server. By decentralizing these computations to the edge, you can pinpoint the DDoS attack coming from a specific source, and you can neutralize there.
I see, but do you have any estimates on the cost benefit?
Yeah, definitely. That's our very, cost-wise, yes, we have a lot of benefits. Definitely following this, yes. I can come out with numbers. Yeah, definitely.
You can discuss it offline.
Yeah. So, please.
Any other question?
I have a question.
Okay. Yeah,
So, how feasible it is to use nitrogen inside these data centers?
See, actually, we haven't studied that case at all. Nitrogen is another big topic privately going on with the data centers and all. But in the approvals from the government and all, it's a big hassle, right? So it's not easy. That conceptually we can talk a lot, but practicality-wise, it's tough, right? So there is a liquid cooling is another big option is there coming up. That's the next step of evolution in the data center field, but it takes time, right? So it's not even in the US also. It's a bit slow. Yeah, they failed actually. So they're not really adopted that actually.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So my question is to all the people on the stage. Now I've seen a lot of digital twins being made. If I'm a student, I want to start building a digital twin of something. How do I start? What language do I use? How do I start to build a digital twin? What kind of technology? If somebody can give a...
I can go with it.
Perfect.
Yeah. First, I think you have to identify what is the use cases, what use case you are going into. If you are having some medical use case, like identifying some medical use case, then you have to choose proper medical tools. Ideally, if you look at digital twins, there are certain steps which are common from all the tools, like 3D modeling, or you take software in data modeling, or visualization, or you take end device. It can be any XR device, or it can be like application or wise. So there are certain set of tools which are common for all, no matter what use case you choose. And then 3D modeling is one such. There you have to again learn 3D modeling software or find some resource who will model 3D source. And if you are choosing kind of AR, VR devices, then probably Unity or Unreal or any other tool which is into XR technology. You have to learn it or probably find a resource. Or if there is any specific use case into AI, ML again, take certain use case or learn that language. Learning it again take multiple amount of time. So either find a resource, first take a use case and then dive.
Create a list of technologies that students can learn. Everybody can't learn everything, I understand. But if entry-level students, let's say they enter the first year engineering, they should be able to start building something. If that's something can be done.
Maybe I can add a point to what has been told. So digital twin is an entire stack, starting from IoT, the physical layer where we start collecting the data, the network layer, the visualization layer, the application layer, everything. So you can look at different technologies at different layers. So IoT layer, there is device layer, network layer, there is security, of course, which is learning particularly. So all of these things are there. There are different tools. For instance, in the visualization layer, I can speak. There is Unity, Unreal Engine, which can give you powerful physics engines for physics modeling. There is TensorFlow for AI modeling, PyTorch for AI modeling and all, data modeling, which you could integrate into one of these tools. Blender, of course, people use it for modeling, three-dimensional modeling. CV2, OpenCV2 can be used for, OpenGL can be used. So these are some open source tools that are available. Definitely, a first-year engineering student can get started. So we have done it in our campus, so I'm sure everywhere it can be done.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the questions. So with this, we come to the end of all the sessions for today. So now we have the final session. From that will be a question and answer session about the Sangam initiative and the expression of interest from the officers of Department of Telecom. So I would like to invite upon stage Shri Asit Kadyan sir, DDG, and Shri Hemendra Sharma sir, Director from DOT, for taking up this question and answer session.
I would also request Kumu Jindal to be a part of the question answers as well. A very important role in implementing the initiative. So if anybody has any questions to the Department of Telecom.
Before starting question, when we started today's program, the first thing was that we should imagine. If one can imagine, somebody will deliver. So when people ask that what is the use case, many times we don't answer that what is the use case. We should start imagining. And for the imagination, data is very much required. Data possibilities are important for imagination. So my question to you is that we should take an example, means of a disruptive thinking, that how many out of you have used DigiYatra? Why DigiYatra is limited to the airport terminal? Why DigiYatra cannot start right at the gate of the IIIT Hyderabad? If we want to extend DigiYatra to IIIT, means I can check in my baggage on my own if there is a digital twin kiosk available. I will go there, I will check in my baggage through the X-ray, and I will board a digital twin enabled bus. And that digital twin kiosk and digital twin bus will give an evidence to the airport that all the formalities have been done and I am compliant to the regulation. Please allow me to the security zone. No more checking. Nothing is required. I am declaring that I am compliant to you. I am security compliant to you. Whether that is possible or not. Which are the presentations during this outreach program or the previous outreach program who have the underlying capabilities to enable such use cases? And if this is possible, the entire airport terminal will be redesigned because it will get unbundled. Many of these functionalities will be spreaded across the city. Is it possible or not? What do you feel? Possible. It saves time or not? And if I take 8 hours or 6 hours to travel from door to my daily house, because it takes travel time, it takes waiting time, then again travel time, and in the next 10 years, today we are in 2024, in 2035, whether we will get any new aircraft technology which will reduce this time from 6 hours to 3 hours. I mean, there will be aeroplanes who will be traveling at the speed of 2000 km per hour instead of 1000. Whether that will be possible? No. But travel time, effective travel time can be reduced. And that is not through the faster transport systems. That is through the better utilization of the time. That is a change. So when we are imagining a problem, it is not a digital twin of a factory and a plant. It is not a digital twin of a product. We have to reimagine. It is about reimagination and rethinking. And many things which have not been done in other parts of the world, we can develop and demonstrate it. Do you believe that digital twin can be helpful for digitally nudging the behavior of the public? Can it digitally nudge? For example, there was a presentation from the IIIT that a digital twin of the water distribution network is there. If we say, if as an authority I say on a railway station that don't bring your plastic water bottles, use my water tap, will you agree? You will stop using plastic water bottle and you will start using public water taps? Probably no. But whether digital twin can help to build the trust that quality of the water from the public water tap is of the same grade as of the plastic water package bottle. Can it be done? It can be done. So you can nudge the people to use public water taps and reduce the plastic water bottle garbage. So it is related to the sustainable development goals. So use cases are not limited to water. Use cases are cross-sectoral. If you are developing a digital twin of a water distribution network, it is helping in reducing the plastic garbage. We have to imagine those use cases which have not been thought of but feasible. Initially means we should not only possible. We should think use cases which are plausible. A journey from plausible to possible will take place during the stage 1. So my request to all the participants is that we should start reimagining, rethinking in a disruptive manner. Then only we will find a fantastic use cases. So I will request to participate in this EOI. This is not a conventional digital twin, what is being done. We will be taking help of that. We will be building something on top of that. It is definite. And we will be taking data sources from many other use cases. So with that context, now you can ask questions and what you are expecting from us, or any kind of questions you can ask. Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I only have one question. This initiative seems to be coming from Department of Telecom, right?
Pardon?
The initiative,
Okay.
the Sangam, right? So while the telecom source of data is only one perspective, there are a lot of other data that is lying with other departments also from government side.
Yeah.
So is there any similar initiative to bring all these things together?
If you take any two sector, and try to find out the intersection of two sectors, what is the answer? Telecom. Because both sectors are using telecom. So telecom is a bridge. Any activity in any sector is using telecom. So if you want to unify the data, it is the telecom which will be at the forefront. And if you want to use the data in a manner which is previously preserving, it is the telecom. Telecom combined with computational technologies. But at the edge. So centralized model will not work. Edge models will work. An edge model should be able to collaborate and orchestrate the processes. So when you want to orchestrate the process across the sector, answer will be the telecom. And telecom plus computational technology. So we will not be the answer for everything, but we will be playing a core role and the important role. You want to add anything?
You've already explained, in fact, to answer your question whether other departments will be co-opted into this or not, I can say on his behalf that yes, there will be efforts for taking them on board, because they will see the benefit in making a combined effort, and a platform is being given. So it's a collaborative effect, and a whole of government approach will be used in this particular thing.
Just I want to add. Suppose there is a Fitbit or a smartwatch, Apple smartwatch. Many data is related to the health, but it passes through the telco. So how to deal with that data? So any data which is flowing, which is passing, which is getting generated, telecom is involved. And virtual reality, what we are talking about is the experimenting in the virtual world. That is being enabled through the 5G and the 6G, which is practical use cases. It can be done without the 5G as well, but not the practical use cases. So that's where we are going to play a role. But it is not that DOT's only role. So we are onboarding all other departments to demonstrate the POC, and it will not be a single digital twin. It will be an interconnected, federated model. So everybody will be having its own digital twin, but connected, plugged to the other digital twins.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question?
In which segments or sectors or industries you are expecting EOI?
Which sector? Can you repeat?
in which industry or from which sectors you are expecting UIs?
So it is mainly limited to the infrastructure, core infrastructure planning and designing. It includes transport, water, sewage, electricity, telecom. It includes all. But which are the most powerful use cases which can be demonstrated? That will be discovered during stage 1. Because we will be having a living list of the use cases and people will be debating and then they will be agreeing that these use cases are good one and they will pick when they will enter into the stage 2. So at the moment we are not fixing or deciding any particular use cases, but it will emerge during the journey, stage 1 journey.
In fact, as Sir has said, this is to ignite the destructive thinking. I mean, you just use an idea and this process itself is not a very regular Government of India kind of a process. You must have seen that in case EOI comes, there are certain, guidelines, rules and other things. It is a very one of its kind, first kind, where we are trying to take this kind of participative. Even the question is not set yet. The question will be set in the consultation and then we will discuss on to the answers part of it.
Also, I would like to add that once the EOI submission has been done by all the players, we will be having 4 networking events in which we will be calling a targeted audience. That is the ones who will be submitting the expression of interest and whom, in case if we are screening, we screen and whom we select, we will be calling them for the networking events, and based on those networking events, we will be building the use cases which will be developed in the second phase, that is of the POC.
Yeah. So 15th March is the deadline, and within 1 week or 10 days, we will publish the final list, and then 2-month timer will start, and stage 2 will be for about 6 months. So we are expecting that by end of this year, we will be completing stage 2. No. DG Yatra was just an example. So what is the output? How will go? What is the path? That you have to shape it. You have to decide. The participants of stage 1 will be deciding that how to steer, how to shape the stage 2, where it will end. So when good people will be there, automatically we believe that we will end at the right destination. Any other question?
Also, if in case you have any feedback or you want to give some suggestion, that is also open. Okay. So around it will be 11:59 p.m. 15th March, 11:59 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah. So and we want.
Why you want to wait till 11:59 p.m.?
See, basically, in any of the RFPs that we bid, there is having, the closing time, like 5 p.m. like that.
Closing time is required, but we need not to wait to the till
But
the
confirmation is required, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so my suggestion is also there. My name is Anirudh Roy. I belong to, I represent Genesis. So this is excellent initiative. I have attended all the 3
masked.
All the 3 physical events, and there are a lot of dotted lines which just got connected. My query is that when individuals or the organizations bid for this EOI, do they need to submit it on their own, or there is already a partnership which is existing? So it's like one prime along with few partners will bid for that, or each of them will separately bid, and expression, bidding is nothing, it is like expression of their interest. And then natural process, the selection will happen, how the use cases are forming. So it is like, are you expecting individual organizations to put it across, or multiple companies put together, there is a representation to create a solution or a use case?
So I thank you, first of all, thank you very much for attending all the outreach programs. You are traveling to Bangalore, you are traveling to Hyderabad. It is, that is appreciable, and thanks for that. As far as your question is concerned, stage one is exploratory. It is about imagination, it is about the feasibility. So ideal condition is that there should not be any gatekeeper. So what happens that whenever people combine and join, then most of the ideas and the good imagination is filtered out. That imagination should continue. That imagination should be placed before everybody, because we are collaborating in the stage one. It is not about the competition. It is not a hackathon. So it is not a hackathon model that you want to compete for your own idea. It is about that I will put up idea which may be not completely cooked, not a finished thing, but somebody will help me to refine it or to rethink in a different way. It will trigger. So when people will be participating in their own capacities, it will encourage more imagination, more debate, more discussion. But both ways, it is acceptable to us. So if you want to come as a group, as a consortium, that is acceptable, no issue. But we will encourage that everybody should participate
come
individually.
out, and then the raw thoughts should be captured.
Yeah.
And then how they can be put across.
Because
to
your
create.
partner capabilities can be leveraged by many.
Yes.
So it is good that if they participate in their capacities, then it is a good opportunity for them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Multiple fields, areas. Yes, definitely. Why we don't want to restrict to put any such restrictions.
So good evening, sir. So I am Dr. Vijay Kumar. I am representing one of the peer institution in Andhra Pradesh. So we are placed in rural and suburban limits, sir. So rural and suburban limits, our R&D center is placed now. So I have submitted expression of interest on healthcare, sir. Healthcare use case. After going through the eligibility criteria and all, so I applied my EOI on healthcare.
Yeah.
So is it feasible, sir?
So there was one presentation on
PES.
health.
From PES.
How it is related to the Sangam initiative? Relation is that the trainings of nurses and trainings of individuals in the infrastructure planning have common underlying capabilities. Common underlying capabilities means it can be retweaked, repurposed for Sangam initiative. So if somebody has a capability which is helpful for the Sangam initiative, we would like to invite them. So directly as a health, we may or may not be interested, but underlying capabilities are useful for us. So we will request you to participate in that, and we encourage such people who are having underlying capabilities which can be leveraged for the Sangam initiative.
Yes, sir. Actually, the idea has come from way back. There was village kiosk services, which was introduced by Government of India in the year 2003-04.
Yeah.
But the project has started and it was abruptly closed due to the interconnectivity issues and remote IP telephone issues, sir.
Yeah.
So I was part of that team, sir, in the 2004-05.
You can participate. Main thing is that your underlying capabilities should be usable for the other purposes. And in the case of health, there is one more use case that in health, the data which is collected is from diverse sources.
Yes.
So my clinical data, data related to my clinical diagnostics may be coming from different organizations. And similar problem is there in the case of infrastructure planning, that you have to collect data from diverse sources. So how to maintain the privacy, how to combine them, because they are of different quality and different type and different having a different types. So similar kind of problem is there in both the cases. So one comes with the learning. So those learnings are useful for us. So we want such people in the Sangam initiative.
Yes. Thank you.
Any other question?
Also, the people who are watching on YouTube and online, you can post your questions either on the YouTube chat or there is an email ID mentioned in the email, in the website. So you can pose your questions there. We will be happy to respond. And also, that's all.
Any other suggestions? If no questions, any suggestions? Okay. I think there are no questions, then we can close. Thank you very much for participating in today's outreach program.
Thank you for being such a patient audience. Thank you all.
People from TCOE to come on stage for a group photo, and all the volunteers from IIIT Hyderabad are also requested to come on stage for a group photo. People from LSA, DOT, AP, LSA have come here to also come on stage as well.